At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
This is new Special K dipped, with crunchy flakes dipped in creamy chocolatey goodness and tossed with real almonds. New Kellogg's Special K dipped. Do what's delicious.
Had enough? No. Arthritis. Here. New Aspercream arthritis. Huh. Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods. Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspercream. Wet dishes? Residue? Spots? It's not your dishwasher's fault. Simply add Finish Jet Dry 3-in-1 to rinse, dry, and shine your dishes. Solve 3 problems at once with Finish Jet Dry 3-in-1.
From unexpected finds to classic favorites, find the gifts they've been dreaming of with Macy's Holiday Gift Finder.
Closed captioning provided by...
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Sky Rizzy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin in 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Talk to your dermatologist about Sky Rizzy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Black Friday's 12 days of deals are ending soon at Ashley Home Store. For one final week, enjoy amazing deals each day throughout the store and online. Or get 0% interest for 72 months. Black Friday's 12 days of deals are ending soon. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
On Free Enterprise, Ryan Smith stands outside.
Patrick Smith had an enlightening meeting with a mentor who gave him some advice to help him take his business to the next level. But he still has a long way to go if he wants to run a successful enterprise. Today, Brian Hamilton has invited Patrick to his farm for a critical lesson, one that could make or break Patrick's road to success.
So after meeting Mike, I'm super excited. Gonna meet Brian today and let him know how things went.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. The beautiful place you got here, man. I love it.
You want to walk around?
Yeah, let's see the place.
I'm bringing Patrick to the farm today so I can teach him how to scale a business. So, the mentor, how'd it go?
The main thing that I took from it was that I need to speed up the process. 2 to 3 days on a pair is not bad, but he's doing 10 pairs a week.
Does that sound familiar?
You said the same thing. You said the same thing.
For Patrick to succeed, he's got to turn this from being a hobby into a real business to scale it. And his mentor, Michael, validated that. If I asked you to get to that pond, what would you do?
Jump this fence and walk.
Why are you going this way, Brian? It's in my business plan. This is how I'm supposed to get to the pond. Entrepreneurship 101. Don't run into a fence. As you get more information, you're going to pivot. Business people forget this all the time. The money comes from the customer, right?
Right.
If you did 2 shoes, who would do the work?
Me.
If you did 3 shoes, who would do the work?
Me.
If you're on shoe number 20 or 25 or 50 or 100 or 10,000, what might you want to start thinking about?
Hiring a team.
Hiring a team, and why?
Because I'm going to need help. If I want this business to grow, I'm definitely going to have to hire a team for help.
So I asked you to do something today. What was it?
Bring my stuff with me. Oh,
You
my
have it?
I do.
You're going to teach me how to make a shoe today.
I'm super ready to teach Brian how to customize shoes. He says he knows nothing about shoes, so it's going to be...
It's high noon and Michigan still sucks. I am currently looking live at Beaver Stadium right here in Happy Valley before kickoff between the number 6 Michigan Wolverines and the Penn State Nittany Lions in a Big Ten battle this November Saturday afternoon. Thank you for tuning in as always and listening. My name is what? My name is what? Yes, I am your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit the thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Michigan, hashtag Penn State as well. This is a top 25 matchup with the AP poll rankings, as Penn State's ranked 23rd in the country, but they're still unranked in the college football playoff rankings, even though they have 2 wins over Wisconsin and Auburn, respectively, 2 teams Penn State has already defeated this season, with all 3 teams at 6-3. But I'll digress for the time being. Of course, Penn State has to take care of business this afternoon in the first ever Penn State helmet stripe-out matchup from Beaver Stadium against Jim Harbaugh and his Wolverines. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. So once more, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Michigan, their motto, the team, the team, the team. Well, the team is going to have to come into Happy Valley and defeat the Black Shoes, Basic Blues, No Names, All Game in our towns, our cities, our state, our valley, and our team, the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Last time these 2 teams met, it was the Saturday after Thanksgiving last year. Penn State has won 2 in a row in the series, but the last time they met on this very day, November the 13th, 1999, so a 22-year anniversary in which TB12, then TB10, yes, Tom Brady, led Michigan on the road to a comeback win as he was the Michigan starting quarterback, in which resulted in a 31-27 Wolverine win, in a game that also kicked off at 12 noon on ABC from Happy Valley. Except there's one little thing we're forgetting, and that's this time around, of course, Penn State hoping for a different outcome today. Sean McDonough, Dan Orlowski on the call for ABC, of course, as always, with Steve Jones and Jack Ham on the radio for Penn State football. So Michigan started 7-0 before losing to Michigan State a few weeks back, earlier in the afternoon, before Penn State lost 2 weeks ago on a Saturday night at Ohio State. But Michigan, they now sit at 8-1 after defeating Indiana last Saturday night at home as well. Penn State started 5-0, as we all know, before a 3-game losing streak that finally ended last week at Maryland in a 31-14 win over the Terps, as Penn State is now 6-3. So coming up here in a few minutes, 12 p.m. kick on ABC. It'll be Michigan at Penn State. We'll also have on Oklahoma, Baylor, Northwestern, Wisconsin, and Penn State's next opponent in Rutgers, as 1 week from now, in another 12 noon kick on the Big Ten Network, the Nittany Lions will welcome the Scarlet Knights from Piscataway. One thing at a time, though. Get through today, then the next week, and then to close out the regular season in 2 weeks' time at Michigan State. So, as always, one play, one drive, one game, one thing at a time. Plain and simple. You take care of business here first, and then you look ahead. You don't want to look a bit too far ahead, of course. Michigan is, other than the Auburn matchup earlier this season, about 2 months ago now, the biggest home game of the season for the blue and white. And that was a whiteout. They had the stripe out against Indiana, in which they shut out the Hoosiers. And then, of course, now the first ever helmet stripe out, in which the whole stadium's going to be decked in white, minus a few sections on the east and west side of the stadium, respectively, as they'll be wearing blue up to the press box and to the suites, depending, of course, which side you're on. And, so up the Penn State sideline to the suites, up the Michigan sideline to the press box, of course, down in the south end zone, the Penn State tunnel, in the corner, of the press box in the north end zone side, the visiting tunnel, in which both these teams are about to take the field here momentarily. But hoping for a good game. Should be a good one here in the Big Ten East with Michigan and Penn State. But yeah, Michigan at number 6 overall. They are now currently a 2.5 point favorite on the road with starting quarterback number 12, Cade McNamara. Number 2 at running back, Blake Corum will not play. He is out. So look for number 25, Hassan Haskins, to be the workload this afternoon. Michigan has weapons at every single position, though, on offense, along with on defense as well. Both these head coaches have recruited extremely well in their current tenures at both of these universities, respectively, as Jim Harbaugh is back at his alma mater, took over in late 2014. So from the start of the 2015 season, that was actually the last time Michigan won at Penn State as well. Come, 6 years ago next week, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. As normally these two teams meet, sometime in October, whether it's early, mid, late October. That's when Penn State and Michigan normally play. They have played a few times late September, and now here again early, mid-November. But all time, Michigan at Penn State is 6-6. So we'll see if the blue and white, of course, can give U of M another 6 and send them straight to hell this afternoon. However, during this current ongoing in back-to-back years 2-game Penn State winning streak over Michigan, the actual first since 2009-2010, both margins of victory have been 10 points or less. And Penn State is on a 2-game winning streak right now as well over Michigan in back-to-back years, defeating the Wolverines by 7 in October of 19 and by 10 last year on the road after Thanksgiving from the Big House in Ann Arbor. Michigan actually wanted to wear maize-on-maize road uniforms this afternoon. Penn State said no, so Michigan in their road whites with their winged helmets. Penn State, of course, the blue and white for your normal Penn State home uniforms before Senior Day next week, and then hitting the road white on white at Michigan State in 2 weeks' time before bowl season is. Both these teams are, in fact, bowl eligible, so, of course, coming into the year, depending on head-to-head matchups and then standings, we'll see who goes where. But as mentioned here today, one thing at a time, keep it simple, run the football, open play action, play good defense, run your special teams. But, hoping for a good one here this afternoon. Like I said, it is a top 25 matchup in the AP poll, but as now, this time of year, we go by the college football playoff rankings, it is not. Penn State's just right on the outside looking in. And a win, I would think, would propel them into the college football playoff rankings, the top 25 come Tuesday night. But only time will tell. So, weather-wise, it rained this morning. It snowed this morning. It has since cleared up, though. The sun should be out as we near halftime. So, we'll see if weather plays a factor at all this afternoon or not. I highly doubt it, to be honest with you. But, we'll see. Talk about both these teams now a little bit more. Michigan on offense, they are balanced as all hell, averaging 218 yards passing and 234 yards rushing per game, whereas Penn State needs to be balanced, but then not even 277 yards passing per game compared to Penn State's only 106 yards rushing. Running game got going. It was better last week than it's been all damn season long to this point, but run the ball, get the ball to number 5, Jahan Dotson. Use your tight ends as well, as we're now live on ABC as the Penn State Blue Band takes the field. I believe we'll see the team entrances as well, as they've since started loving to see the blue and white take the field during one of the most explosive entrances in all college football. Sean McDonough and Dan Orlovsky on the call for ABC. I don't know why it's not McDonough and Penn State great, a former national champion, and Todd Blackledge, unless he's on assignment for a different game this afternoon. No idea what the reasoning is. But the current ongoing video package on the scoreboard with the Black Shoes, Basic Blues, No Names, All Game, and our towns, our cities, our state, our valley, and our team. We will rock Michigan this afternoon. Mark my words. We are Penn State. Look for the Nittany Lions to technically, in quotes, as they are the underdog, pull the upset as Michigan takes the field. Boos from the crowd. Jim Harbaugh is 3-3 against Penn State. Franklin's 3-4. There's only a year difference between 14 and 15 when these two teams, current head coaches, took over, as the crowd, more so than not, just the student section in the one upper corner, still filing in as McDonough, Orlovsky, and Mullen McGrath on the call down on the sideline as Penn State's about to take the field. They will, in fact, in the meantime, take a commercial break, so we're not going to, unfortunately, get to see that. But no, talk a little bit more about both these teams. Michigan's balance on offense. 218 yards passing per game. They lead the Big Ten in rushing at 234 yards per game as well. Whereas Penn State, like I said, they need to be balanced. But they're not even with Sean Clifford at quarterback and the committee at running back. And we'll see if that keeps up today. 2 starts per series until halftime down the pecking order with Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, and John Lovett. But Penn State needs to be balanced on offense. Clifford, okay, yes, 277 yards passing per game, but that's because they can't run the goddamn football. Only 106 yards rushing per game. Penn State, honestly, they need a breakout rushing attack this afternoon, plain and simple. Defensively, both teams only allowing 16 points per game. On the dot, both teams only allowing 16 points per game. So, for the most part, yeah, expect a close game. Expect a old school smash mouth 40-degree, cold 40-degree Big Ten football weather with the rain and snow earlier this morning. But really, honestly, who makes more stops, gets more turnovers? Whoever does, I believe, will win. But then, as always, on the flip side, whoever makes more big plays, doesn't turn the ball over, can run the football as well. So advantage Michigan there on offense, and then don't commit a ton of penalties. Special teams, I believe, will also play key in this Big Ten battle between Michigan and Penn State, whether or not that's, of course, in the return game or just plain and simple in the kicking game, making extra points and kicking field goals if you need to settle. You can't settle, though, when it comes down to it, of course, yeah. Depending on the situation, I would think a few of these teams are going to be going for it on 4th down. Hopefully Penn State doesn't continue the trend, though, of one, running the Wildcat line formation, unless, Michigan's off center and they catch them off guard on defense, have them on their heels. Okay, maybe Mike Yurcich also has something else up his sleeve this afternoon. I don't know. Only time's going to tell. But then don't go for it early in the game in this first half on 4th down from around midfield and then not get it and then give Michigan some good field position to work with to potentially score the first points of the afternoon. But crowd's going to play a factor. It's next to last home game of the season. It's first ever helmet stripe out, so of course we'll see how it looks on TV. Yeah, special teams I feel are going to play key this afternoon, along with whoever wins field position. Because normally when Penn State starts out past the 20, if they don't score, they don't score. But for the most part, they always get a good drive going and march downfield. Flip side, they start inside the 10. They're done for. They're SOL to begin with. So, yeah. Like I said, we've had a few close contests as well in this matchup as of late. But Michigan's looking for the first one at Penn State since Harbaugh's first year as alma mater back in 2015. And since then, he's been able to defeat Penn State at home in 16-18, but not on the road. So we'll see, of course, how this game plays out. Nice aerial shot, as once again, I am, in fact, looking live at Beaver Stadium right here in Happy Valley, over in State College, University Park, Pennsylvania. So, once again, thank you for tuning in, as always, and listening. I'm, in fact, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, subscribe right here on YouTube. Hit that red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it, as well, so you can stay up to date. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always get appreciated. Michigan on to kick off, so let's ball like Mo. Let's play ball in the Big Ten to infinity and beyond. We're underway with the Wolverines and the Lions, and we'll have a touchback on the opening kickoff as Penn State will be marching out of the south to the north end zone, right to left across your television screen, ready on audio dial. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Penn State football to begin the game, 1st and 10 from the 25. Penn State going to begin in the gun with Noah Kane to Clifford's right. Gonna fake the give. Clifford down the middle, incomplete on a 15-yard pass intended for number 13, Keandre Lambert-Smith. So 13, 14, 15, it still winds up incomplete. 2nd down and 10. I don't mind the early strike to get yourself some rhythm. Just momentum build up. Got a motion man, a number 80, Malik Mega, who played last week for the first time all season. Clifford going to get rid of it just barely. Almost went down the sack. It falls incomplete. 3rd down and 10 as the rain is, in fact, coming down. Pump fake, and then Hutchinson almost sacks Clifford. And then we got a flag. This will be intentional grounding, probably. So a loss of down, even though it was 2nd down, it's still going to be 3rd down after the incompletion. The damn intentional grounding rule with the loss of down makes no sense. And Whitecapper Mike Cannon this afternoon from Happy Valley with Michigan and Penn State. 8-1 Michigan, 6-3 Penn State. 2 incomplete passes, a penalty as well. Got a 3rd and 17 back at the 18. And out of the gun again, looking to throw. And a pass complete to Parker Washington. He's going to get the 1st down out past the 40 to 42. And that's a Penn State 1st down. Of course, I would like to establish a running game here early and often, no doubt about it. But they're going to go hurry up in the meantime. Trips near side of the gun. Well, 4 in a row. Eventually, he's going to go down the sack. Well, there's a late penalty as well. This might be a late hit. I don't know. See a replay. There was a flag, unless they picked it up. I saw a yellow penalty flag on the field. Okay, a sack, 2nd and 22. So, yeah, I'd like to establish a running game, but no, you're going to throw 4 in a row. Almost been sacked every goddamn play. Finally, you luck out on a 3rd and long, get a first down, but you back yourselves up with the sack. Now 2nd and 22. And Penn State's having trouble up front blocking this Michigan front 4. Clifford going to tuck it and run, get out to the 45-yard line, so he gets some of those sack yards back. But it'll be 3rd down again here early for Penn State, about a minute and a half into the ball game. 3rd and 8 officially. Run the football. Not on 3rd and 8 though, but run the football. And weather, like I said, it has since cleared up. It's starting to come down again though. A little wintry mix with some rain and snow. Quarterback keeper, Clifford going to get a first down. And he gets out past midfield in the process. First down in the Lions. And they work the motion with John Lovett out of the backfield. Bottom of our screen. Fake the end around. And then Clifford going to fake the screen to him. And tucks it and run. There's our first completion, number 5, Jahan Dawson. And he gets to the 39 for a Penn State 6-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down. They're going to work 4 receivers near side with Tyler Warren, Brenton Strange, Jahan Dawson, and Theo Johnson, with Lovett in the backfield. And they're going to hand off to 10, the former Baylor Bear, transferring in, as Baylor and Oklahoma are underway in a fixer-upper Big 12 showdown from Waco. Also in the Big 10, Northwestern, Wisconsin, and Penn State's next opponent, and Rutgers at Indiana. Those are the 4 current games I currently have on. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Penn State having trouble up front blocking Michigan right now. They're going to go empty 5 wide on a 3rd and 6 officially, with no gain on the previous play. Deep ball far side, a little too high for number 5, Jahan Dawson, incomplete. 4th down. And I would think number 98, Jordan Stout's going to trot on for a field goal here for Penn State to potentially take an early 3-0 lead at home against Michigan here with 11:53 to play in this opening quarter. No, he's going to actually come on to punt. Got to get a running game going. You can't be passing every fucking play. Jesus Christ. And then now they're going to take a delay of game, it looks like, to back themselves up. Or a timeout, actually. Timeout Michigan to allow Penn State to think about it. From the 39, it'd be a 50-plus yard field goal. So that's tough to begin with, the way special teams has gone for the Nittany Lions this year. But then the weather, of course, playing a factor as they'll take commercial break. Of course, you don't want a bad snap, bad hold, just something to go wrong early, and then, of course, Michigan take advantage and control the rest of the game just off of that to begin here this afternoon. So, yeah, it's probably a good decision to punt, pin them deep, make them drive. We'll see. I mean, Harbaugh's going to make Franklin think about it here, calling a timeout. At least some time came off the clock this time around before Michigan called their first timeout at Penn State this year. But, no, hoping for a good game here, Michigan, Penn State. I feel, once again, it'll come down to the wire, for the most part, as it always does for a Penn State or a Pittsburgh Steeler game, along with Penn State, Michigan as well. There have been a few blowouts in this rivalry. It's 25th all-time meeting, dating back to '93 when Penn State joined the Big Ten. Penn State on a 2-game winning streak, though. Something they've done a few different times. But you go back, like I said, 2009, 2010, even before then, in the mid-90s, it was still the same. Margins of victory, 10 points or less. Penn State won by 10 last year, won by 7 the year prior. And, yeah. Expect a close game. Have yet to see Michigan on offense, but they're playing pretty damn good on defense. Of course, Penn State with a few big third down conversions. I would like a running game, though, please. John Lovett gets a start, so it'll be Lovett, Kane, Lee, probably, unless they go backwards, Lovett, Lee, Kane. But for the most part, they'll get 2 series apiece in this first half, back-to-back, and they'll work it through until, of course, we get to halftime. But it's a 4-quarter game, 60 minutes. I just hope we don't go 9 overtimes like we did the last time Penn State was at home for a 12 noon kick on ABC as well. But that was almost a month ago now. Hard to believe. Time flies. Thanksgiving's less than 2 weeks away. Christmas a month from then. But this afternoon, coming back out of a TV timeout here, Penn State going to punt on 4th and 6. And Penn State's going to run a fake punt. Jordan Stout looking to throw, and he has a man. It's caught. Number 23, Curtis Jacobs. And it's a Penn State first down. Harbaugh calls a timeout because he saw something, they say, that Penn State was going to run a fake punt. Well, fuck you. Call your fucking timeout. We'll come back out of break. We're still going to run the fake punt on your ass. And we're going to convert. And we're going to score now, hopefully, and strike first. Penn State first down at the 20. Put Jordan Stout in at quarterback if Clifford goes down again. Penn State's got to score points on this drive after converting a fake punt pass on 4th and 6. Clifford looking to throw, complete to Keandre Lambert-Smith. And he's going to get about a yard or so. Was not expecting that by any means. Some tricks up the sleeve of the Nittany Lions. A few weeks past Halloween. Snapping a 3-game skid last week. And the season's not over by any means just yet. Penn State's still going to have, if they win today, a good chance to, I feel, close the season on a high and potentially win out and finish at 9-3 and get a good bowl game. Better bowl game compared to potentially where they're projected to play as of now. But that's why the games are played. It's not on paper. It's on the field. Clifford on a keeper, 3rd down and 4. Got to score a touchdown now after that. Because if you have to settle for 3, all right, so be it. It's 3 points. You take the points. Clifford going to get on the sack. You can't take fucking sacks, dumbass. How many times I got to tell you? 4th down, and now they're going to have to kick a field goal. And I just hope to God Jordan Stout does not miss, because he's missed at least one kick every single game of the season thus far. Run the football. Why are you throwing every play? So, what? You got yourselves 15 yards on a 4th down punt pass, and then you can't get any closer? No, you're going to have to kick a 42-yard field goal? And Stout's kick is going to be up, and it sneaks in. It is good. Penn State strikes first. And the Nittany Lions lead 3-0 over the Michigan Wolverines, taking up about 5 minutes or so here to begin the game. 9:56 to play in this opening quarter. Penn State with an early 3-0 lead at home against Michigan. Just barely made it. So, a fake punt. Not a run either. Normally, teams on a fake punt, they'll snap the up back and run it. I know LSU last Saturday night at Alabama ran the jump pass at the line on a fake punt and got it. I believe they converted and scored some points early as well, but ended up losing even though they gave Alabama a run for their money. And if they would have kicked a few field goals late, they wouldn't have had to have thrown a Hail Mary to potentially tie the game and force overtime. But I'll digress. That was last week. This is this week. Another great slate of college football following, in my opinion, last Saturday, the best college football Saturday of the season. Wind a factor, ball comes off the tee on the kickoff as Jordan Stout will place it once more to kick off with a 3-0 lead for the blue and white over the maize and blue, as Michigan will now get the ball for the first time here this afternoon on the road at Penn State. As Michigan, along Penn State, always, regardless of where the game's being played at, both fan bases travel well and crank it. Let's play ball. See if Michigan has to call another damn timeout before any time ticks off the clock on offense. It was Shea Patterson, number 2 years ago at quarterback for the Wolverines this year, as it was last year before Cade McNamara went down with an injury. It's number 12, Cade McNamara, and they're going to get a penalty, probably a delay a game or a false start. So Michigan on offense, 2 years later, they start the game at Penn State the same way they did last time and got a false start called on them. Penalty in general was delay a game before, false start. They called timeout, no timeout, now 1st and 15. So, crowd on their feet, as mentioned. Let's play ball. Let's ball like our boy Mo. Back of the 20, out of the pistol, a handoff, and Hassan Haskins, as mentioned, will receive most of the workload this afternoon with number 2, Blake Corum, out. Did not make the trip. He is still at home on campus in Ann Arbor, watching just like we all are on national TV. Haskins, in the meantime, going to motion out. Top of your screen, empty set for Michigan with 3 receivers and 2 tight ends. McNamara gets pressured. He will dump it off as the ref will go down on the tackle. It is complete to number 86, Luke Schoonmaker. Jesse Lucada, number 40, on the stop for the blue and white. 3rd down for Michigan. If Penn State, of course, can get a big stop on defense to begin this game after a crazy opening drive that shouldn't have took 5 minutes, 4 seconds off the clock by any means. Should have punted a few times. Run a fake punt, it settled for 3. They lead 3-0 now, but on 3rd and 9, they can get a stop, get the ball back, crowd into it. Ball's going to be deflected, and it's going to fall down incomplete at the line of scrimmage. So 4th down, a 3 and out for Michigan, and the Wolverines will punt. Who got a hand on it? That's the question. Actually, it hit off the back of the offensive lineman's helmet. That's not first, but that's something that hasn't happened in quite a while. You don't really see that. Michigan will boom it away. And Dawson will let it bounce, pick it up at the 13-yard line, and then about a 10-yard return out of bounds with 8:14 to play in this opening quarter. Penn State getting the football back up 3-0 at home against the Wolverines of the University of Michigan. So we'll take another TV timeout. Be 1st and 10, Penn State, with some drizzle from the sky, some wintry mixes mentioned, rain, snow, sleet not playing a factor just yet. It should clear up here in a little bit. Sun should be out, like I said earlier, as we near halftime. Second half as well. Come 1:30, 2 o'clock. But no, Penn State really, to be honest with you, couldn't have asked for a better start, offensively and defensively. Even with special teams, what did I say? Special teams play key. They're on a fake punt. But no. Their opening drive on offense. No running game whatsoever still, which is a shame. Of course, need to find a running game. We'll see if they do on this next drive. Take some time off the clock, move the ball, score some more points maybe before the end of the quarter. But when they're stopping you, credit to Michigan on defense. They're able to get to Penn State. Penn State's having some trouble up front blocking Michigan's front four. At this point in time, at least. We'll see if it gets any better or worse in favor of either or this afternoon. But, no, it was pass, a sack. They convert on a few third downs, drive stalls, and then Penn State's going to punt on fourth down. Well, Harbaugh calls a timeout. So they say, didn't like what he had saw. And normally when you call a timeout on fourth down, home or away, neutral site, doesn't matter. Especially early in the game, yeah, you probably know something's coming. Credit Penn State, want to try to take advantage of this game here early, but Michigan calls a timeout, which ended up being a waste because we come back from break, Penn State lines up the punt, but then they still run a fake punt. Whether or not they're going to run a fake punt to begin with, who knows? They run the fake punt, they convert, they get the first down, but then they continue to pass, no running game, and Clifford once again cannot take sacks, yet he still does. Throw the damn ball away. Throw it out of bounds, throw it deep back of the end zone, make sure nobody can catch it. Throw it in the ground, for God's sakes. Make sure there's somebody there, though, so you don't get another intentional grounding call on you. And then they still have to settle for 3. But you take the points, 3 points is 3 points. So Penn State with an early 3-0 lead. Flip side, Michigan got the ball. Penn State with it back. First and 10 from 23. A toss near side to Kevon Lee. So they're going to work 1-1-1 on the running back drives here early, it seems like. John Lovett, Kevon Lee, then Noah Kane rather than 2 apiece. And get them more involved throughout this game. 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8, empty set, 5 wide with 4 of those 5 top of your screen. Clifford complete to number 3, Parker Washington, as he gets to the 29 for a 4-yard gain. So here we go again. Not even as they'll start to run hurry up. Some tempo. 4-yard gain for a 3rd and 4. Hardly taking any time off the clock, and you got a 3rd down again. Another empty set, 5 wide with 4 receivers now near side. So same formation, they just flip it from top to bottom. Clifford once again looking to throw. He's going to step up. He's going to tuck it, and Clifford's going to get another Penn State first down. There is running game with Sean Clifford at quarterback, but it is going to have to be with the running backs as this game progresses, no doubt about it. So from the 34, 1st and 10, run the ball. Handoff, Kevon Lee, who had 100-plus yards rushing against Michigan last year after Thanksgiving in the line win. It was actually the last time Penn State had a 100-yard rusher in the backfield, which is hard to believe. But they cannot run the fucking football to save their goddamn lives. Only 106 yards rushing per game, as mentioned earlier. Another handoff, Kevon Lee, and 24 on 2nd and 6, gets about 5.5. It'll be 3rd and short for the blue and white. No, but then Penn State on defense, Michigan's opening drive, they forced a 3 and out. Of course, now have the ball back, and trying to score some more points. As they're already 3 for 5, make it 4 for 6 on third down. That's a bonus on NCAA. Of course, 4 third down conversions per game. Penn State has that in first, not even 10 minutes of this game this afternoon. Keep it simple. Run the ball. Dump it off if you have to. Short passes. Move the sticks. Take your deep shots as well, but no one to hold them and no one to fold them. From the 46. On a 1st and 10. Fake the toss. Clifford looking to throw. He's going to dump it off on the screen to Lovett, who gets out of bounds on a pickup of 4. It'll be 2nd down for the Penn State offense. From midfield officially, 2nd and 6. They need the 44. Clifford down the middle, complete first down to Theo Johnson. Thank you. They're finally getting these damn tight ends involved this afternoon as well. And Penn State with another first down. I'm going to bite my tongue for the time being, but if I want to add in what I'm thinking, I will here in a second, hopefully. So I'll digress for the time being, but we'll put that on the back burner for now. 2nd down for Penn State. They're going to put the ball at the 28-yard line. 2nd and 7. 5:15 to play in this first. Clifford going to step up and run again. Gets another Penn State first down. Going to slide to the 10. 1st and goal. Nittany Lions now inside the red zone. Another quarterback draw. Well, don't start beating a dead horse and start running the same goddamn play after play. Can't afford to lose Sean Clifford this afternoon. It'll be Taquan Roberson, number 2. If, in fact, he does go down with another injury, followed by number 9, the Canadian crippler himself from the Great White North, and Christian Veilleux. But then, hell, we've seen the arm Jordan Stout has on him on that fake punt pass, so why not throw him in and have him play quarterback? 2nd down and goal. Clifford gonna get the snap. Once again, looking to throw. Deep ball, back corner near side, incomplete. Intended for number 5, Jahan Dotson. 3rd and goal here from the 10-yard line. Officially at the 9, 3rd and goal, empty set, 5 wide. Work something over the middle. No, you're going to go to your tight end, Theo Johnson, far side. He's going to dive for the pylon. He's not going to get in. Be 4th and goal at the 2. Question is now, do they go for kick field goal again? They're going to go for it. Why don't you try to draw them off sides before you snap the football? And the helmet stripe out looks pretty good. Okay, some boos. Penn State going to take the points. Probably a good decision to kick the field goal, because we don't know how the rest of this game is going to play out. And these 3 points the Penn State already has, along with the 3 that's upcoming, unless they're going to run a fake field goal, might come in handy. They will run a fake field goal. Pass complete to Jordan Stout, and then he's going to fumble it. Jesus Christ. And then Michigan recovers at the 30. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck are you doing? Got a flag on the play. And the penalty's probably going to be after the play was over. Special teams. What did I say at the start? Special teams. Fumble by Michigan. Sideline warning to the Wolverines. So no penalty, be first and goal from the 30. Well, if you're going to go for it on 4th and goal from the 2 on a fake field goal, you might as well fucking actually run a play. So, Rafael Checa, with the holidays right around the corner from Chevy Chase, Maryland, pass complete to Jordan Stout. And then he should have passed it on a double pass, but the pass was already ahead. So you can't have 2 forward passes on the same play. That's a penalty. Hell, he had Tyler Warren wide open in the end zone. So, yeah, Stout should have, on the fake field goal there. Penn State's run a fake punt and a fake field goal here early in this first quarter. Who would have thought? I sure as hell didn't. But I did feel, as mentioned, special teams will play key this afternoon. We'll see if it comes back and bites Penn State. If Michigan can take advantage of it and move the football and score some points here. Whether to tie or take the lead at Penn State, we'll see. But no, Stout should have stepped back, caught it, and then, yeah, he would have passed to Warren and, for the most part, right now be the MVP of the game. But then he goes down, and he fumbles as well, and then Michigan recovers. Just at least as long as they didn't, scoop it up and run it back for a touchdown, which they didn't. They did recover, though, but it was 4th and goal anyway. So it would have been Michigan football regardless if, Penn State didn't convert, along with wherever Michigan will get the football, and it's going to be the 30-yard line, around 30-yard line. Be 1st and 10 Wolverines from there. So, yeah. Beating a dead horse all season long, going forward on 4th down and medium from around midfield, and then you, for the most part, never get it. Along with still no running game. But then the Wildcat line formation as well. Always running that, it seems like. Now it's, as Penn State is getting a little too far ahead of themselves right now. I get it's a big game, no doubt about it. But it's still early. You don't want to be doing shit like this back-to-back early on, because you don't know if it's going to come back and bite you. But, I mean, I do like it, but I don't. Because we'll see if it comes back and bites them. Flip side, you don't convert, you still have a lot of time to, potentially make up for it. Whereas if, you'd run this back-to-back late in the game, it's like, what the hell are you doing? You're throwing the game, basically, then at that point. It's what it seemed like, I would think. No, but now it's, like I said, getting a little too far ahead of themselves. On cloud 9, if you will. Oh, we can convert on a special teams play, on a fake punt pass. Well, we'll go back to the special teams plays and run a fake field goal on a pass from Checa to Stout, and then Michigan's all over him. And then he goes down and fumbles it, and Michigan scoops it up. And Checa was there to make the tackle, and now from the 29 officially. So, 1st and 10 Michigan, handoff to 25. It's on Haskins, and he's going to get 4 yards, 2nd down and 6. So, yeah, like, I understand it, but it's like, stop. Just stop, Got a whistle. Got a penalty flag. See what dirty laundry is here. Got another false start by the Wolverines up front. 5 yards, they'll replay the down. It'll be 2nd and 11. Following a 4-yard gain on 1st down. As I was going to say about Penn State on offense, and we'll see if the defense can hold the fort down and play Penn State football. Arguably, that drive was Penn State's best on offense, I feel, all season long, at least in the first quarter of play. So, doesn't matter. And of course, they didn't wind up with anything, so. Third down after a few-yard pickup by Michigan, as the pass was complete to number 83, tight end Eric All. As Michigan now will line up from the 33 on a 3rd down and 6. McNamara in the gun. Ebiketie off the edge, and pass is going to be almost caught, deflected, and almost caught again before almost picked off, and then it falls incomplete. 4th down, and Michigan goes 3 and out once again. If Penn State can control this clock, good coverage by Daquan Hardy. He's been having a hell of a season. He was originally intended for number 5, Mike Sarenstall, and then almost caught by Schoonmaker, I believe, 86, before Penn State almost picked it off with the deflection, and then it fell incomplete. So 4th down and 6, Michigan on to punt again. No, but if Penn State can control this clock, potentially get a running game going, Dawson going to let it bounce, and it'll be down at the 2, and he doesn't get rid of it before he goes in the end zone. Now they're going to say a touchback. So Michigan, as Penn State's, playing all right on special teams, Michigan just shot themselves in the foot, downing it at the 2, but it's now a touchback. Our first update, and it's Roll Tide. Alabama at home in a non-conference matchup this afternoon. There's a few decent SEC games this afternoon, but it seems like it's that weekend where, before the regular season ends, here's a tune-up game for you. Alabama hosting New Mexico State. Oklahoma and Baylor. In the meantime, we're going to review the previous play on the field with the punt, whether it was down at the 2 or in the end zone for a touchback. Maybe even at the 1. And then, he possesses it, and then he gets rid of it, but he's still touching it once he gets into the end zone. The thing is, they're going to have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it. It was rolled on the field, a touchback. So unless they feel he possessed it, downing it at the 1, it's going to be a touchback for Penn State. So think about it. Tell us something good here in a minute. Rolling on the field is a touchback. And he catches it, downs it right there, but he's still moving, and then he doesn't get rid of the ball as he enters the end zone, so that's why they rolled it a touchback. After review, the ball is going to be dead as he did possess it. It'll be 1st down and 10, Penn State from the 2-yard line, so they overturn. It's reversed. And now Penn State, as mentioned earlier with field position, they start inside the 10. The drive, for the most part, is going to be dead on arrival. Start out past the 20. They end up punting but for the most part, they have been able to get good drives moving to this point. But now 1st and 10 from the 2. As the sun starts to come out, got a false start by Penn State. They're going to let it slide. Pass is going to be incomplete, intended for Dots, and almost picked off by Michigan twice. Incomplete, 2nd down. No, but as mentioned, a few of these other games, Baylor and Oklahoma have missed a few field goals. Northwestern and Wisconsin in the Big Ten West, in a ground and pound, smash mouth type of game. Rutgers leading Indiana 14-0. Penn State 3-0 at home against Michigan. 2nd and 10, pass complete to Dotson. He's going to get the offense some breathing room. First down, 12-yard reception out to the 14. First down, Penn State.
Second-level linebackers to hang in that box area for a second allows that easy throw.
So they run hurry up, keep on Lee on the give. He's going to lose a few yards. But as we near the end of the first quarter, Penn State will get another first down, out past the 20 to 25 on a 13-yard completion to Jahan Dotson. He needs 69 yards receiving this afternoon to break 1,000 for the year. We'll see if he gets it. But Penn State right now, I would say personally, bias aside, Michigan fans, of course, if you are listening, you can let me know in the comments, that Penn State has the momentum right now. Could be a whole hell of a lot worse than it currently is. Should be a whole hell of a lot better, though, no doubt about it. But until they click, until they get over the hump with scoring some more points, along with, of course, continuing to play good Penn State defense, we're going to be sitting like this right now at 3-0. As Gregory House comes out to tend an injury. Got a few seconds left in this first quarter, under a minute to play officially. So, as we near the end of the first quarter, Penn State leads it right now, 3-0 at home against Michigan. They're going to add a few more seconds back on the clock. 1:01 to play. So we'll see if Penn State can go to class and hell, 2 first downs from the 2 out to the 25. Breathing room. Continue this drive into the second quarter if you don't score before you get on the first. And try to control this game a little bit more than you already are. And already with momentum, I believe, you'd have even more than that then at that point. Hand off John Lovett. He's going to get 4 yards to the 29. Second down. They'll probably get it off once more, I'd say. That very well, yeah, it could be the last play of the quarter, though, too. We'll see if they snap it. I'd say they probably will on 2nd and 6. Go 4 wide near side with 3 tight ends and Dotson. Try to draw them off sides. Yeah, they're going to let this clock run. Hell, the play clock's not even winding. No idea why, but they will snap it with 5 seconds. Hand off John Lovett, and he's going to get another Penn State first down at 39. So as we close the first quarter, Penn State started this drive at the 2. They're out to the 40 now. 3 first downs. As Penn State at the end of the first leads by 3 as well. 3-0. Momentum. Keep the rhythm up. Keep it alive. Keep moving the football. Continue to establish his running game. Clifford, of course, you have to tuck it and run. Do so. Don't take Saxo. Air it out. Get the ball to Dotson. Get the ball to Parker Washington. Oh, get the ball to Keandre Lambert-Smith, who they went to early and often, but really he's just fallen off the face of the earth since. And then, I mean, at least like I said, they're trying to run the football. Play calling, yeah, could be a little bit better, no doubt about it. I mean, but what do you expect? Just how Penn State's played all season long. But they're finally getting the ball to the tight end as well, whether it's down the middle or of course the sidelines. Hell, last week at Maryland, it was wide open down the middle all afternoon long, and they finally figured that out as they had a few big plays. So explosive plays to factor in today as well, I would think. What defense bends but doesn't break as always. But I mean, I don't mind going for it on fourth down. It's just like when you make a habit out of it and then nothing comes to it, like, it's just frustrating. Like I said, if you're going to go for it on fourth and goal from the 2 on a fake field goal, why don't you run an actual play? Because you're probably going to have a better chance of converting. I understand, yeah, you want to catch them off guard. Hell, you already did, though, the previous drive on a fake punt. So they're going to be ready this time around. So what makes you think, you can get away with it again? Honestly, I have no idea why, but it bit them. I mean, it's worked itself out since. Defense held, offense has the ball back. Another good drive going. Penn State, even with only a 3-0 lead, looking very good here on offense this afternoon here as we hit the end of the first quarter. So, of course, until they show some more fight, which the way they have started today, it goes back to the other 2 road losses they had this season at Ohio State and at Iowa back a month ago. They have been able to win at home, not so much on the road. Okay, they beat Maryland last week on the road, but hell, even the 9 overtime game for Illinois, that should have been a win, but they still lost. So, the game's done over with, nothing anybody can do about it. Nebraska and Illinois both off in the Big Ten this week after they played each other week 0. So they get 2 byes this year. Also in the Big Ten, as mentioned right now, Northwestern Wisconsin, Rutgers, Indiana, a few 3:30, 4 o'clock kicks. It'll be Purdue, Ohio State, Minnesota, Iowa, Maryland, Michigan State as well. As always, though, coming up at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football as well, so stay tuned. But Penn State's right now, I feel safe saying they're sitting pretty. They're in some good company. Now, this game was on the road. It might be a different story. But, the crowd's already into it. They're going to be more electric as Beaver Stadium will hopefully become berserk in the second half. We'll see what gives. I'm sure, as always, something will. They'll switch ends as we begin the second quarter play. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 39. Love it out of the backfield. They will run a tight end screen complete to Theo Johnson, but nowhere for him to go. And second down. Second down and 11 officially after a loss of 1 on the play, back at the 38. Run the damn football. Run the damn ball, please. How hard is it to run the football? Parker Washington in motion. As he is with Dotson, top of your screen, Condre Lambert Smith all by his lonesome. Near side, Michigan almost jumps offside. Clifford gets the snap. Pass a little too high. Intended for number 3, Parker Washington, the true sophomore from the Lone Star State, and is also in Central Texas, as we're right here in Central Pennsylvania with Michigan and Penn State. 3rd and 11, get rid of it, and Clifford on a strip sack. Penn State will recover back to 35. But like I said at the start, yeah, Penn State's having some trouble blocking up front. This Michigan front 4 and Aiden Hutchinson on a strip sack, but Penn State recovers, but they're still going to have to punt. So, Penn State no running game. Michigan with a few sacks on Clifford now. Throw it away. Don't step up, pump fake, and then still not have anybody open when check it down or just tuck it and run or throw the hell away for God's sakes. 4th and 14. Stout on to punt. And it'll bounce at the 5 and take a Penn State roll. Michigan roll, actually, to the 9, but down by Penn State inside the 10, so I'll take it. So 1st and 10, Wolverines from there with the south end zone, the student section to their back. But got some college football games on right now. For the most part, no offense to Northwestern Wisconsin or Rutgers, Indiana. I really only have Rutgers, Indiana on to scout for next week. Get a little bit of footage, some pregame of the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers as Penn State will welcome Greg Schiano and RU in next week. A yard on 1st and 10 to the 11 for Haskins, 2nd down and 9. No, but the two best games on right now are Michigan, Penn State, and Oklahoma, Baylor. And hopefully both top 10 road teams go down. 2nd and 9 from the 11. Penn State with some pressure. It's going to be complete. And a big run after catch down the far sideline to number 6, Cornelius Johnson from the Yukon. And a simple crosser over the middle. Penn State with a missed tackle. Good block down the far side. And Michigan out past the 30 on a 1st and 10 from the 33. Handoff Hassan Haskins. Ebikady, Curtis Jacobs, along with number 1, Jaquan Brisker on the stop for the blue and white. Be 2nd down for those winged helmets and the Michigan Wolverines. 12:05 and counting to play in this first half. Second and 7 officially. Cade McNamara now going to go down on a sack. Arnold Ebikady and Nick Tarburton take down 12. It'll be a 3rd down and long for Michigan. Ebikady off the edge, got inside of the left tackle, and took down McNamara on a sack. 3rd and 13 officially. So both defenses with a total of 5 sacks from the 30. 11 minutes to play in this first half. 3rd and 13 for Michigan. And McNamara gonna dump it off on a screen near side. That's a hold. That is a hold. Throw the fucking penalty. McNamara on a 15-yard plus halfback screen to 25. Hassan Haskins, 1st down Wolverines. Whereas 86 Schoonmaker held number 2 Keaton Ellis. That's a hold. That's 10 yards. That's a replay of the down. Should be 3rd and 23 right now, but it's 1st and 10 Michigan at the 45. That's a missed call. I get, okay, holding happens on every play. I'm not that concerned about it, even though when it's a penalty, throw it. If not, don't. When it's clear and obvious, throw the flag. And complete near side from McNamara to number 7, Donovan Edwards, who plays running back and wide receiver for the Wolverines. He's 2nd and 9. But, yeah, penalties. If it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't. They didn't. We move on. You live with it. Hold on defense. Get another stop. Under 10 to play in this first half. 2nd and 9. Handoff Edwards. And 12 and 13, Brandon Smith and Ellis Brooks make the stop. As Brandon Smith, from the state of Michigan, makes the stop on one of the two state schools in the state of Michigan. Michigan State being the other, of course, you have in the MAC, Eastern, Central, and Western Michigan as well, among a few other schools. But 3rd down and 7 now for Michigan from the 48. And Penn State's going to jump off sides. Jesus Christ. Free play for McNamara, and it's going to be incomplete near side. I don't know who it's throwing to, but Daquan Hardy, number 4, another Michigan native, and Kalen King with his twin brother Kobe at linebacker on the stop for Penn State, but an offside by the Nittany Lions, number 99, Keziah Izzard, who, with P.J. Musfer out for the season, losing him at Iowa with a foot injury. It's been Izzard and Devon Ellis to step up. Of course, Derek Tangelo as well, the transfer from Duke, transfer from Temple and Arnold Ebiketie. But Fred Hansard suspended for the first half this afternoon after an altercation on the sideline last week at Michigan. So 3rd down and 2, and Penn State's going to hold. Hand off to Haskins. And Kalen King, number 4. Let's see a replay here. I believe Ellis Brooks was also in on the stop, number 13. Yes, he was. As Penn State will hold Michigan to 4th and 2. And the Wolverines are actually going to go for it. Michigan's going to go for it on 4th and short. Do not jump off sides. They're going to go for it. They run. And King, along with Brisker and Tarburton on the stop, but Michigan's going to have enough in the meantime for a Penn State non-defensive stand as the Wolverines convert. Drive still alive. Michigan going to move the football. Nice spin move by Haskins. I feel that's what got him out past first down marker for another Michigan first down. But meantime, Wolverines now 12 of 18 on 4th down this year. 1st down and 10 from the 45. 8:14 to play in this first half. McNamara going to step up deep down the middle of the field. Ball had to have been deflected. As Joey Porter Jr. ended up being on the coverage. That ball should have been deep down the middle. And then, off of the edge, Penn State with some pressure. I think that's what forced the deflection off of Brandon Smith. 12 on 12 for an incomplete pass by Cade McNamara. 2nd down and 10. And Ebiketie getting to him. It's going to be caught down the middle. Number 1, the true freshman from East Lansing, who lit up Michigan State a few weeks ago before the Spartans came back and defeated Blue. A 1st down reception from Cade McNamara, number 1, Andrell Anthony. From the 32, 1st and 10 for Michigan. Out of the gun, Michigan, along with Penn State, both teams, every play out of the gun this afternoon. Michigan, for the most part, they're still as old school as you could possibly get. Up under center, out of the eye with a fullback, running the ball down your throat. But both these offenses, the defenses have held. Penn State, for the most part, a little bit more, but Michigan did have a stop on a fake field goal by Penn State after a fake punt earlier. Both offenses here are keeping these defenses on their heels, but credit to both defenses. They've been able to, like I said, for the most part, hold the fort down to this point in time. 2nd down and 3, McNamara going to hand off. And a 2-yard gain up the middle, 3rd and short. See if Michigan can pick up another 3rd down conversion. Of course, if not, See if they want to go for it and convert again on 4th down instead of potentially kicking a field goal and tying this game up. I feel if they get a stop here, Penn State is on defense, Harbaugh will take the points and kick a field goal on the road to tie this game up before halftime. Haskins, in the meantime, he's going to get another first down. So this drive is going to continue for the time being. Drive stays alive. Run, run, run. Penn State hands on hips on defense now. And yeah, just hand off and we're going to beat you up front. And we'll be one in the trenches, as always. So 1st down and 10 for Michigan from the 21. We're going to have a whistle and we're going to have a timeout by Penn State with 5:54 to play in this first half.
Today tastes like a new tradition. Like an old favorite. Tastes like all hands on deck. And all eyes on the prize. Today tastes like a piece of the action. And it never tasted this good.
That's the thing about claims, you see, they don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, there's now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking. Oh, I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team that's available 24/7. Now, near as I can tell, chestnuts don't talk. Or maybe they're just really quiet.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
Well, got things to do, Mr. Chestnut, so...
New jerseys are here.
There you go.
All American Club? Did you just turn us into Subway ads?
Yep, Subway's got so much new, like the new turkey Cali Fresh, that they couldn't fit it in their ads. So they bought space on your jersey.
Go along, Italian BMT.
Created everything with you.
First round draft pick. Ooh, rookie mistake. Undraftable. Wow. Look at this. This looks fabulous. Where's my plate? Franchise player.
Eckridge, you do you.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready.
The wildest adventure of the year has arrived. All subscribers, this is special. It is Disney's Jungle Cruise. Rated PG-13. Start streaming today.
Back from commercial, following a Penn State timeout. Both teams with now 2 remaining. This final 5 minutes and change. Close the first half. 1st and 10, Michigan, and a Wolverine touchdown down the middle of the field, complete to number 14, Roman Wilson. As hell to the victors. Acknowledge Michigan on offense as they score the first touchdown this afternoon. 6-3 lead pending the upcoming extra point. A very long touchdown drive. Kick up and good. 7-3 Wolverines now leading Penn State. And in the meantime, we will take another commercial break. So a simple post down the middle. Joey Porter Jr. got beat. And McNamara found Wilson for 6. Touchdown Michigan, 7-3 Wolverines over the Nittany Lions.
Introducing Wendy's new fries. Guaranteed hot and crispy, or we'll replace them. They're even preferred almost 2 to 1 from McDonald's. Head to Wendy's and try our new hot and crispy fries for yourself.
Jay from State Farm. What's good? Nah, fam. Just your typical sneakerhead working here for the employee discount. But speaking of deals, I heard regular guys like me are getting the Patrick price. That can't be real, right?
Listen, State Farm offers rates that fit any budget, even yours, typical sneakerhead.
Wow. Just anyone now?
Yeah.
Man, these just sold out then.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, my good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
It's not ringing sleigh bells or glistening snow that makes a winter wonderland. It's you after you find it, score it, load it, inflate it, hang it, unbox it, string it, light it, launch it, and fly it. And after all that, you nailed it. So go ahead and admire it. Make the holidays yours. Black Friday prices now through December at the Home Depot. I'm doers get more done.
Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. The bare necessities of life.
All the delivery, no delivery fees, dash bags.
You know, if we take that wrapper back to the store, it can be recycled into other stuff.
Well, I want my wrapper to be.
How about a park bench?
Dad, you need to think bigger.
Recycle your specially marked Crunchy Bar wrappers in store now. College football presented by Arby's on ABC is brought to you by General Mills. This football season, it doesn't matter where you're watching or how you pregame. We're on Tailgate Nation. So let's prep your home field with the ultimate game time game plan, including tasty recipes and savings at wearetailgatenation.com.
College football Beaver Stadium. Tailgating atmosphere that rivals just about anything around college football. They're wondering what happened to the beautiful weather they had all week. Feels like temperature here in Happy Valley is 31 right now. The actual temperature 38 with a gusty breeze. All on the tee. Jake Lee gets ready to kick off.
Michigan on to kick off after a touchdown to take the lead, 7-3. Touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 Penn State from the 25. Got another update as it is 7-7 now with Oklahoma Baylor. So Michigan, Penn State, Oklahoma Baylor, Rutgers, Indiana. We've since turned off Northwestern Wisconsin with the Badgers up 21-0 over the Wildcats. But in the meantime, we've turned on Samford and Florida as the Gators are on upset alert at home from the Swamp against Samford. It is 21-21. 1st and 10. Sean Clifford, his pass will be deflected, incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Snap the fucking football. The ref's allowing Michigan to sub, but after the incompletion, 2nd and 10, Penn State on a give. Keep on lead for 2, maybe 3 if he's lucky. 3rd down and 7. So, see if Michigan hold, potentially get the ball back before halftime, and I mean, to go into half up 7-3, potentially 10, 14-3 after the way this game started. Yeah, if I'm a Wolverine fan, I'm taking that, no doubt about it. I'm taking the 7-3 lead I currently have. Penn State has to do more on offense, though, plain and simple. You can't be throwing every play because the defense is going to be covering better, continuing to bring pressure, knowing you're throwing when you have no running game, you can't run the football. They run a wheel route intended for John Lovett, and he drops it, incomplete. Had him right in the breadbasket. You got to catch that, dude. Come on, catch the football. Incomplete, 4th down, and Penn State on the punt. See if the defense can hold. Michigan with 2 timeouts, up 4, 7-3 with 4:56 to play. They can drive and score. Okay, so be it. We'll see what happens, but keep in mind, Michigan's going to also receive to begin the second half as they kicked off. Nice coverage by the Nittany Lions. Be 1st and 10. Michigan from the 13-yard line. And we'll take another TV timeout. So, just frustrating. Once again, no running game. I mean, you look at the stats. Okay, Clifford leads the team in rushing today. He's 3rd in team rushing on the season. But, yeah, he has 10 carries for 26 yards rushing. When your starting quarterback leads the team in rushing, whether he's a dual threat or not, you have a problem. John Lovett, 4 for 17. Kevon Lee, 6 for 14. Just pathetic. You're throwing every play the defense is going to be ready for. And then when you try to run, you're not going to be able to. And you can't to begin with, so there's no in between. What the hell's the difference? Clifford is 10 of 17 for 86 yards passing. McNamara is 7 of 10 for 85 yards passing and touchdowns. They're pretty even at the quarterback play. Hassan Haskins has 8 carries for 19 yards rushing. And then receiving, I mean, pretty even there as well right now. But we still have a few minutes here before halftime, so let it play out, see what the hell happens, and go from there into halftime with first half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football as well, so stay tuned. But defense can't do it all for you. They can't continue to get stop after stop for you. Eventually, they're going to break. We've seen that, especially during the 3-game losing streak. They gave up a few big plays late in what ended up flipping the switch and turning that potential W to an L. So, yeah, just no running game. You're passing every play. Whether Clifford's running or not, it's working, but it's not. I mean, you had a few good drives going there now on back-to-back. You have to punt, but credit to Michigan's defense. They're stopping. They're holding Penn State to 3 points right now. Should be more, honestly. It should be more. That fake field goal, we'll see if that comes back into play or not with those potential 3 points they could have had. I mean, right now, if they have that, they're down 1. 7-6 if Michigan still scores that last touchdown. But if you score a touchdown there, well, along with scoring a touchdown on your opening drive and then kicking a field goal, having them settle, you can't settle all the time for 3. Every once in a while, okay, take the points, but you can't settle all the damn time. Penn State could be up a couple right now could be up a touchdown, but Michigan's up by 4, 7-3 with 4:44 to play in this first half. So screen complete to Haskins, so he's getting heavy workload out of the backfield, running and catching the ball before 99 Keziah Izzard makes a stop. And it's been a tale of a quarter and a half or two. You know, Penn State momentum early. It's, for the most part, somewhat switched. Michigan with another first down run. You know, Michigan went 3 now in their 2 opening drives. Penn State with only 3 points. Should be more, but it's not. Since then, Penn State's had to punt a few times. Michigan now looking to drive and score another touchdown drive. Handoff, Haskins will break a tackle. First down out past the 35 to the 40. First down, Wolverines. They're going to work this clock. They're going to run the ball. They're probably going to score. They'll get the ball to begin the second half. They'll probably score then unless the defense can get a stop. Flip it back to the offense with the defense holding, but once again, not being able to do everything for you. They can't do everything for you. Offense won't be able to do anything, and then you're going to be in a hole, down 4, maybe even more, but McNamara looking to throw near side. It's incomplete. And we got a penalty flag, and it's going to be a defensive hold or a defensive pass interference, number 23, Curtis Jacobs. 15 yards, automatic first down for Michigan. See a replay of it. They even show it. And it was a short flea flicker. And they just ran into each other. That's not a pass interference. That's incomplete. But they don't pick up the penalties. There's nothing you can do about it. 15 yards, automatic first down. First and 10. Michigan with 3:13 to play in this first half. Yeah, Penn State could, if they don't start getting some stops, continue to get some stops, do something on offense, this deficit could get a little bit bigger here as the game progresses. You know, at most, Michigan scores now, scores on the opening drive, and holds Penn State. They'd be up 21-3 early third quarter, but still 2:50 to play in this first half. Penn State with a 4-yard tackle for loss in the backfield, so start there from midfield, second down and long for Michigan. McNamara once again looking to throw. Nice big stop by number 4, Kalen King, the true freshman from Detroit, as it falls incomplete. Third down. Third and 14. 2:22 to play in this first half. As now we're back and forth from the swamp. Dan Mullen might be on the hot seat. If I'm him right now, sitting at 4-5, disappointing season. Yeah, you could probably stay, but I'd probably be leaving, getting the hell out of town while I can. It was 21-21. Samford now leads Florida 35-28. We're not even halfway through the second quarter. So I don't know what the over was, but I'm sure it already has hit. Hell, might have a 50-49 game by halftime. Hell, maybe that goes to 9 overtimes with the highest scoring game ever in college football history. Who the hell knows? No, but no defense being played. And that matchup, a tune-up, if you will, for Florida, and they're having trouble. They gave Alabama, what was that, late September, early October, a run for their money at home. Ever since then, it's like, what the hell? Like, they have gone downhill fast. And it hasn't been pretty. Hell, they got blown out by Georgia a few weeks back. Georgia, no doubt, is the best team in the country. We'll go over the college football playoff rankings as well, coming up halftime. But with Penn State still unranked in those, even with, as mentioned earlier, defeating Wisconsin and Auburn, who sit at 18 and 17 respectively. All three teams are 6-3, and Penn State has head-to-heads over both. Yet they're ranked and Penn State's not. They're ranked in the AP. Like I said, this is the top 25 showdown in the AP poll, but not for the college football playoff. But it is what it is. It really doesn't bother me a whole lot. Back to the schedule, like Penn State arguably, still could be undefeated. But they gave up a few big plays late, didn't get stops when they needed to, still can't run the football, and lost at Iowa, 9 overtimes a few weeks back at home, the last home game actually, at noon, also on ABC against Illinois. And then also a week later, Halloween weekend, 2 weeks ago, at Ohio State before snapping the 3-game skid last week at Maryland. I mean, at best, like I said last week, they'd probably still have up to one loss and not be undefeated at 9-0. But who knows? Maybe they're still 6-3 or 9-0 or anywhere in between. But they're 6-3. So you take it for what it's worth for the time being. But they have to continue to get some stops here on defense. The pass interference, they ran into each other. That shouldn't have been a penalty, but it was. You live with it, you move on. Like, so there's nothing anybody can do about it unless the officials pick it up. So you can bitch and complain about it all you want, but it's not going to do any good. If they can potentially get the ball back here before halftime, maybe get something going fast, score some more points potentially before halftime, okay, I'll take it, but I highly doubt that'll happen. Just don't give up a touchdown to Michigan to close out the first half, because if they do and then they score again early third quarter, you're in a hole and good luck getting out of it. But it's still a 60-minute, four-quarter game. If they can force a field goal, you're down one score at halftime potentially, and then get another stop early second half. Offense gets moving, then maybe. 3rd and 14, and they're going to run a screen, and Michigan's almost going to get a first down, but no cigar. 12 yards on the reception near side. It'll be 4th and short. We'll see if they go for it again here. 2 minutes and change to play in this first half. And Michigan once again will, in fact, go for it. 4th and 2. Do not jump off sides. Michigan out of the eye. Under center is number 12, Cade McNamara. And the give will probably be to the fullback. We'll hand off to Haskins, and Penn State will make a stop. They'll have good starting field position at the 40. 60 yards, 2 timeouts, 1:35 to march to potentially cut this lead to a point at halftime or even take the lead going into half. You got to score some points now on this drive. Plain and simple. Points. I'll take a field goal. I would love a touchdown, though. Maybe take a deep shot. Continue to go to your tight ends. But also continue to establish this running game and run the football. At home, crowd into it, big game. With a lead, you're going to want to be able to run the football when needed. They can get to that point and then run the football when they need to. Continue to play good defense. Penn State, I would think, should be able to hold on to win that at that point, but we still got a long ways to go. And in the meantime, they're going the long way back for a loss of about 6. And second down and long. Second and 17 officially after a loss of 7. With 1:25 and 2 timeouts for Penn State. From the 31, Clifford looking to throw. Down the middle has Parker washing out past midfield. He's going to break some tackles inside the 30. He goes down to the 25. Powell can continue to push. They're going to roll him down officially at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10, Penn State. There's your first big explosive play by either team this afternoon. 1st and 10, they're going to go hurry up. Trips near side. Up to the line is Clifford. Work the clock a little bit. Work the clock. With 2 receivers top and now bottom of your screen respectively. Quarterback draw. Clifford down the middle. A little too high for John Lovett. Incomplete. And Clifford took a shot late at the line of scrimmage as he got rid of it. Incomplete. And if he would have threw that ball a little higher, Michigan had a man deep. That would have been picked off at the goal line, and we'd be having ourselves a return right about now, I'd say. So 2nd and goal now from the 20, or 2nd and 10, excuse me, from 25 for Penn State. Wish it was 2nd and goal from, say, the 5 or closer. Clifford looking to throw. Might have got away with a holding. They're letting them play. They are. Pass incomplete near side, out of bounds. 3rd and 10. Harbaugh wanted the penalty. He's not going to get it, but they didn't throw a hold earlier on Penn State, or on Michigan, excuse me, against Penn State. So they're not going to be throwing a hold on Penn State against Michigan right now. They're letting them play. And I like it. If it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't. 3rd down and 10 now for Penn State from the 25. 46 seconds and 2 timeouts. Yeah, do not take a sack. Clifford, Jesus Christ, fumble, and he's going to recover it. Jesus Christ. How stupid can you be? And why aren't you running the football? Michigan's going to call timeout now. Yeah, Penn State up front having a lot of trouble blocking the Wolverine front right now. They're going to put a few seconds back on the clock. 37 seconds, Michigan timeout. Penn State right there on the line for field goal range. In or out by a few yards will determine if they decide to punt or kick a field goal here. I'd kick it. But then if you miss, well, then you give Michigan a short field, no timeouts, and 30 seconds to potentially score some more points of their own before halftime. So 4th and 19. Where's the ball spot? That's the question. Because it was recovered by Penn State on the fumble. No strip sack. Michigan's just going to continue to bring pressure. This will be from about 53. Officially 52. Kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be good. Jordan Stout. 2 field goals this afternoon for Penn State. Could have had a third, but they decided to go for it on a fake field goal after a fake punt. Laces out. And the kick is good. Penn State now trails it by 1, 7-6. "31 seconds. No timeouts for Michigan. They're going to get the ball back See if Penn State defense can hold. Harbaugh, hell, he might just want to go into halftime with a 1-point lead and take a knee right now. Of course, you don't want anything stupid to happen, but I feel it's all going to depend on if he's going to have a 1st and 10 at the 25 or if they're going to get a good return out of it and run with it at that point, try to do something. But, I mean, 31 seconds, even with no timeouts, that's a good amount of time. Not a lot, but with the sideline, using that, of course, hopefully as your friend, there's time for Michigan to do something if they want to. Just depends on if they want to. And we'll have the touchback on the kick. 1st and 10 Wolverines from the 25. No timeouts, 31 seconds. They only lead now by a point. It is 7-6. Michigan leading at Penn State. Full halftime report coming up momentarily, so stay tuned. That's the first stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football as well. So see what Michigan does here, 1st and 10. They will run a few plays. Handoff Hassan Haskins. That goes for 4. Clock's going to roll. They can't stop it. They're in no hurry. They'll probably get another player 2 off. Probably just 1 right here. This will probably do it for the first half. 12 seconds and counting. McNamara gets a snap. Complete. Incomplete, excuse me, near side. Out of bounds. So clock will stop. They'll get one more play. 9 seconds. 3rd and 7. I mean, you can throw it deep. Running up the middle, I'd play it safe the way those 2 plays went. You got 4 yards, then an incompletion. Just take a knee. Son Haskins on the give. 1st down, Wolverines. In the meantime, though, down at the 40, the final few seconds tick away in this first half, and that'll do it for the first half as we hit halftime. As Michigan can't stop it. Clock's going to run out anyway. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Halftime. Michigan leads Penn State 7-6 at the half. Both these teams going to need Brandy Love to come in and give them a boost at a halftime. But, yeah. Could be a whole lot better, but really could be a whole hell of a lot worse as well. So I'll take it. James Franklin interview to close up the first half. Keep them off balance. Run the football. Clifford has to get rid of it. Defense is playing well. Yeah, defense is playing well. Both defenses playing well. Both defenses coming into today only allowing 16 points per game. As we sit at halftime, Michigan leading Penn State by 1. Your score, Wolverines 7, Lions 6, as mentioned. Yeah, both teams going to need Michigan fan herself in Brandy Love to come in at halftime and give both these teams a little bit of a boost, if you will. But still got 30 minutes of football to be played. Game's not over by any means just yet. Michigan's get the ball to begin the second half. Penn State's got to run the football better, no doubt about it. Clifford can't take as many sacks as he's already taken. But credit to Michigan's defense, able to get to him. Penn State having trouble up front blocking. But Clifford's got to get it to Dotson, Washington, Lambert Smith, his tight ends as well. You know, if you're going to dump it off, okay. We'll see if they have anything else up their sleeve, how they ran a fake punt and a fake field goal on back-to-back drives, and all it resulted in was 3 points. like I said, Penn State with 2 field goals, Michigan with a touchdown. Penn State should at least have another field goal. Have a 2.97 lead right now. If everything else, of course, goes the way it did. Also, those 3 field goals, if they were touchdowns, well, then you have a 2 touchdown lead, but you take it. I mean, you're a home dog. As the line moved from 1.5 to 2.5, just prior to kick, from right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium with a Big Ten battle this November Saturday with Penn State hosting Michigan in the first ever helmet stripe out inside old Beaver Field at Beaver Stadium. But, really, yeah, the defense is playing well. Both defenses are going to continue to bring pressure. I can see that coming as it is. Ebikady, Tarburton, Penn State going to get Fred Hansford back in the second half as well. Izzard and Ellis have played pretty good. Tangela's got to step up, I'd say, a little bit. The linebackers, the secondary, even with the touchdown, they're playing pretty stout. Brisker, Brown, Castro Fields, and Joey Porter Jr. have to step up a little bit more, though, too. Everybody has to step up in general if Penn State's going to want to come back and win this. We'll have some highlights now during our halftime report with Oklahoma Baylor at halftime. Sanford now leads Florida 42-35 as they near halftime. And Rutgers leading Indiana at halftime as well. So, for the most part, all 4 games at the half. But, coming up here momentarily, we'll take a look around the rest of college football with some first half stats and scores here with Michigan and Penn State. But the Nittany Lions are in it. They're playing pretty good. They are. Could be playing a little bit better, though. They know that as much as we do. So until they find a running game, until Clifford doesn't take any sacks, gets rid of the football, lucky enough, okay, you have 1 turnover. It was on a 4th down, though, so it still would have been a turnover on down. So I'm not even going to count that. But then 2 strip sacks. They're lucky to have recovered both. Got to get rid of the football. Got to do a better job up front. Block to run, open up the pass, play good defense, rely on your special teams. And special teams, as mentioned earlier, playing key in this game today. Penn State with a fake punt on a Jordan Stout pass that went for 18 yards and a first down, along with the very next drive, after having to settle for 3 after the fake punt because it took a sack, they run a fake field goal from the 5-yard line, in which, you kick it, you have that with your other 2 field goals, you're up 2 right now, 9-7. You're on a fake field goal, you don't get it, so it's a turnover, and like I said, you are going to go for it on a fake field goal from inside the 5, just run an actual play on 4th and goal. You're probably going to have a better chance of scoring than you would have on a fake field goal, especially after running a fake punt the prior drive and Michigan going to be ready for it. And they were, and they held. They got a stop. So, Penn State able to convert on 3rd down. We'll see if that continues. Hopefully, knock on wood, it will. For the time being, though, I mean, they have to run the football. They're going to have to work the clock. Crowd will play a factor. They're probably going to have to get a turnover or 2 on defense as well, to be honest with you. I mean, credit to Penn State's defense. Right now, at the half, they're leading or holding the leading Big Ten rushing squad in Michigan. Coming into today's game, averaging 234 yards rushing a game. It's only 17 carries for 46 yards rushing. Haskins, 13 for 54, but a few negatives in there. So as a team, 17 for 46. Penn State, it's balanced, 22 for 30, but there's not a whole lot of wiggle room. When, I'll say it again, your starting quarterback leads the team in rushing. Whether he's adult or not, you have a serious problem. Clifford's 11 to 17 on the ground. Lovett, 4 carries, 17 yards as well. And then Kevon Lee, 6 carries, 14 yards. So, run the ball, work the clock. Clifford's got to play smarter. Get rid of it. No sacks. Don't turn the ball over. Get at your playmakers. Play good defense. And I would think by then the rest will sort itself out, but we'll see how this second half plays out. But for the time being, at halftime, the Michigan Wolverines lead the Penn State Lions by a halftime score of 7-6. So as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Michigan, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always great appreciated as well. But at halftime, Michigan 7, Penn State 6. Cade McNamara is 9 of 14 for 105 yards passing and a touchdown. Hassan Haskins has 13 carries for 54 yards rushing. He also has 4 catches for 42 yards out of the backfield. Cornelius Johnson, 1 for 22. Roman Wilson has a catch for 21 yards as well and a score. Penn State on the flip side. Sean Clifford, the big red dog, is 12 of 21 for 1-2-3 in the air, 123 yards passing. Also has 11 carries for 17 yards on the ground. John Lovett, 4 for 17 as well. Kevon Lee, 6 carries, 14 yards rushing. And Penn State receiving, Jahan Dotson, 4 catches, 22 yards. Theo Johnson, 3 catches, 25 yards. Curtis Jacobs has a catch for 18 yards as well on the fake punt. Wasn't expecting the linebacker to be in the offensive stat book this afternoon for the box score at halftime by any means, but here we are. But in the meantime, Parker Washington coming alive. 3 catches, 72 yards receiving in this first half after a quiet week last week. At Maryland, credit to Michigan's defense. Jahan Dotson last week against the Terps set a new Penn State single-game receiving record, breaking Deion Butler's 15-year streak of holding the record in which he caught the ball for over 200 yards receiving back in 2006 at home against the Wildcats of Northwestern in Pat Fitzgerald's first season at the helm. Time sure as hell flies, no doubt about it. But Dotson had 242 yards receiving and 3 scores last week. Penn State also has a defense touchdown, a few field goals as well, along with a rushing touchdown, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, in a 31-14 win at Maryland. Michigan in town for the helmet stripe out. Wolverines lead at halftime over the Lions 7-6. But Dotson, only 4 catches, 22 yards here at the half. But now also around the rest of college football, as we will in fact recap a few late games now from last week following the Penn State Maryland affair, and then see what else has happened already this week in college football. What's going on right now, preview what's to come today and next week as well. So stay tuned Just be sure, as always, to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And once again, thank you, as always, for tuning in and listening. So last week, Penn State beat Maryland 31-14. Also, last week, around the same time, we had a few upsets. Purdue beat Michigan State 40-29. Arkansas beat Mississippi State 31-28. Alabama held on to beat LSU 20-14. Tennessee won at Kentucky by 3, 45-42. Iowa, Northwestern, the Hawkeyes beat the Wildcats even after a protest that halted the game for a short time. 17-12, the final score there. Boise State won at Fresno State 40-14. Oregon 26-16 at UW. Michigan, as mentioned last week, beat Indiana 29-7. Florida getting their ass kicked once again here today. A few weeks ago, as mentioned, in the Florida-Georgia game, lost to the Dogs, lost to the Gamecocks, South Carolina on the road last Saturday night as well, 40-17. They trail at home Sanford at halftime right now. Clemson beat Louisville 30-24 last Saturday night. Iowa State 30-7 over Texas. Horns down for their season the past month or so. Also last Saturday night, University of San Antonio defeated UTEP 44-23. Arizona State beat USC 31-16. Lane Kiffin was not fired on the tarmac at LAX post-game by any means, but he since landed at Alabama and now, of course, head coach at Ole Miss. As we're going to go south on you later on tonight in the SEC with Texas A&M and Ole Miss with a college football Week 11 preview with everything else that is ongoing momentarily. But also last week from the islands, it was San Diego State, the Aztecs, defeating the Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii 17-10. And then now this week in college football, Week 11 began midweek on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, respectively, with some action. We had an ACC overtime game from the Steel City with North Carolina and Pitt on Thursday night. And then last night, Cincinnati defeating South Florida and Boise State defeating Wyoming. So your final scores from these upcoming now final contests. On Tuesday, Miami, Ohio defeated Buffalo 45-18. Western Michigan over Akron by 5, 45-40. Ohio 34-26 defeating Eastern Michigan. Toledo beat Bowling Green 49-17. Northern Illinois won on a game-winning field goal 30-29 over Ball State. Central Michigan 54-30 over Kent State. And then in overtime, in the rain, Pitt defeated North Carolina 30-23. And as mentioned last night, Cincinnati 45-28 winners down in South Florida at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa over the Bulls. And Boise State on blue turf last night defeating Wyoming by 10, 23-13. Ongoing right now in college football with Michigan leading Penn State 7-6 at the half. Also at halftime, Alabama leads New Mexico State 49-3. Auburn 28-10 over Mississippi State in the SEC West. In the Big Ten West, early third quarter, Wisconsin leads Northwestern by 3 scores, 21-0. Also, as mentioned at halftime, early third quarter as well, Oklahoma Baylor in a top 15 Big 12 showdown from Waco. The Sooners and Bears tied at 7. Samford leads Florida from the Swamp in a non-conference November showdown in a tune-up game for the Gators, 42-35. Clemson leads UConn 30-7. UConn just recently hired Jim Mora Jr. to take over for Randy Edsall to become their new head football coach. In stores, playoffs, you kidding me? Playoffs. We'll get to the college football playoff rankings momentarily. Louisville, in the meantime, leads at home from KFC City over the Orangemen of Syracuse, 38-3. As we begin the second half from Bloomington, Indiana, the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers, Penn State's next opponent next week. They lead the Hoosiers in the Midwest from the Heartland, 17-3. Maine leading UMass 14-10. West Virginia trailing at Kansas State 17-3. SMU at halftime leading Central Florida 38-14. East Carolina 16-13 over Memphis. Houston in Philadelphia at the Link, defeating the Owls of Temple as they begin the second half as well. Cougs eating up the Owls 10-0. Army at home from West Point, defeating the Bison of Bucknell 42-0. And now games to kick off later on this afternoon. Utah at Arizona, Western Kentucky at Rice, Georgia State, Coastal Carolina, South Alabama, App State, Georgia Southern, Texas State. Now some 3:30 kicks on CBS, ABC, the Big Ten Network, and ESPN and ESPN2 respectively, with a postponement as well with USC and Cal due to COVID. Don't want to forget about Fox or FS1 either. Maryland, Michigan State in a few short hours. But Georgia will play at Tennessee. A top 20 showdown in the Big Ten with Purdue at Ohio State from the Shoe in Columbus. Minnesota, Iowa. Southern Miss, University of Texas San Antonio. Charlotte, La Tech. Florida International, Middle Tennessee State. Florida Atlantic, ODU. UAB, Marshall. Miami and Florida State. Boston College, Georgia Tech. Duke, Virginia Tech. Iowa State will head to West Texas to take on the Red Raiders of Texas Tech with their new head football coach as well, effective immediately after firing Matt Wells, hiring Joey McGuire from Baylor as he takes over, but he's not officially the 2021 Texas Tech head coach. They'll still run with an interim. He'll take over at the end of the season. So a few holes have been filled in the coaching carousel, but still open. USC, LSU, Washington State, and TCU. And we'll see how the domino effect trends here over the next few weeks or so to close out the regular season. As I've discussed in depth to an extent at length on if James Franklin does in fact leave Penn State, what the Nittany Lions should in fact do, and if we have a chance and the scene set for potential discussion on that in this upcoming second half, then we'll dive into that then as we're about to begin the second half here from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium with Michigan leading Penn State by 7-6 coming out of halftime. Also today in college football, Louisiana Lafayette at Troy, Maryland at Michigan State as mentioned, South Carolina at Missouri, UTEP North Texas, Tulsa, Tulane, Hawaii, UNLV from Sin City, Arkansas, Louisiana Monroe, Stanford, Oregon State, an SEC West battle with two 7-2 squads. Right now, arguably for second place behind Alabama, but there's still a few games to be played before Conference Championship weekend. Early December, games don't decide on paper, decide on field, so we'll see how everything works itself out. But we're going to go south on you from the Grove in Oxford, Mississippi. Texas A&M with Jimbo Fisher taking on Lane Kiffin and the Lane Train and the Ole Miss Rebs. Touchback on the opening second half kick. It'll be 1st and 10 Michigan from the 25-yard line. Also later on tonight in the SEC, Kentucky, Vandy out west, Arizona State, Washington, Air Force, Colorado State, New Mexico, Fresno State. Got Notre Dame, Virginia, NC State, Wake Forest later on tonight as well, along with Arkansas, LSU, Kansas, Texas, TCU, Oklahoma State, Colorado, UCLA, Washington State, Oregon, and some Pac-12 12 after dark action with Nevada, San Diego State, and Utah State, San Jose State later on tonight as well. And we'll preview next week at some point in time this second half, so stay tuned. But in the meantime, we're underway in this second half with Michigan and Penn State, a 3-yard run up the middle by Hassan Haskins. A 2nd and 7 here for the Wolverines. 30 seconds into the third quarter. Another handoff. Haskins going to break a tackle. We'll get a Michigan first down out past the 35 to the 39, it looks like. 1st and 10 Wolverines from there. As Haskins, if he keeps it up, might end with over 100 yards rushing. Hell, I would think, as he's already nearing 100 total all-purpose yards today, he should surpass that soon. Penn State's going to have to stop him. He makes stops on defense. Of course, there's always got something going on offense, but McNamara going to go deep, and good no call on a penalty incomplete, 2nd and 10. But yeah, here he gets stops, run the ball on offense. Clifford's going to have to make some plays. Penn State's going to have to score some more points here. But after the incompletion, 2nd and 10 for Michigan from the 40. 7-6 your score here as we begin the second half. From the 40 out of the guns, McNamara down the middle, complete. First down as CJ6, Cornelius Johnson, the 20th, gets a Michigan first down. Nice, short, simple crosser over the middle again. Got beat on a play like that earlier. I believe it led to Michigan points, if I'm not mistaken. Their only touchdown this afternoon. But Harbaugh going to run this football with Haskins. Going to work the bell cow this afternoon. Number 2, Blake Corum, out. Did not make the trip. He is injured. It's been Haskins in the backfield and only Hassan Haskins. From the 29, 2nd and 4, Michigan just like that. After a few big plays, knocking on the door, looking to extend their lead at Penn State here this afternoon. Handoff again, good block up front, another first down for the Wolverines. Inside the 20 on a missed tackle as well. Down to the 17, 1st and 10 Michigan. Making it look easy. And now we got an injured Penn State defender. Question is, who is it? It is number 91, Devon Ellis. At least Fred Hansard, 53, is back up front on the D-line. Was suspended for the first half. Mentioned following a little altercation on the sideline last week at Maryland, pushing Tulia Tungalovoa after he ran out of bounds. But that was really just a reaction. And as he was not expecting that, he, rather than stopping him, pushed him. And so, yeah, James Franklin this past week suspended him for the first half. But even with PJ Musfer out, Devon Ellis banged up on that play. Hopefully he'll be good to go. Get back in there later on. They have depth up front. I'm not really that worried. They have to get to the backfield, though, and stop McNamara and Haskins. Have to, once they have the ball back on offense as well, do a better job up front protecting Clifford and all the running backs. Whether it be John Lovett or Kevon Lee, we really haven't seen Noah Cain, so I don't know what's up with him by any means. But I'm sure that'll be a big question post-game, and we'll see if we get an answer out of him or not. Probably not. But, you have Derek Tangelo, Fred Hansard back now, and Keziah Izzard. So there's depth across the board, top to bottom, left to right, with the way Franklin's been able to recruit. And they, for the time being, if he stays, he stays. He leaves, he leaves. They have a top 5 recruiting class for next year. With early signing day, which is now basically the only signing day because nobody waits anymore till the first Wednesday in February, as it used to be, even though there still is that, if you want to wait. That's about a month away. So we got to have football to be played today, 2 more regular season games, and then bowl season for college football, of course, following the conference championship games, with the college football playoff rankings to be released for the final time on Sunday, December the 5th. And at that point in time, we'll see who's playing each other in the semis on New Year's Eve to potentially reach the national championship game on January the 10th. But for the time being, still, hopefully, of course, Devon Ellis will be okay. One thing at a time. Got to get some stops. Got to make some plays on offense. Like, just to get a turnover or 2 on defense as well. Hold, and then go from there. But Michigan making it look easier right now. So 7-6 Wolverines in the meantime, though, knocking on the door, trying to extend their lead as they kicked off to begin the game. So receive the ball in the second half, and now we have, following the injury, from the 17-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan, and a false start. And that's a 5-yard penalty. Back them up, 1st and 15. Get the crowd into it a little bit more as well for this helmet stripe out. It looks pretty cool on TV, to be honest with you. It's not a white out, and it's not a stripe out every other section. It's a helmet stripe out. It's all white, minus a few sections on the east and west side, making it look like the blue and white Penn State helmet. 1st and 15, back of the 22. McNamara, nice pass far side, complete to number 14, Roman Wilson, who has the lone touchdown in this game by either team. Michigan with a 7-3 lead at that point. Penn State cut it with another field goal to close out the half, 7-6. After a crazy start, to say the least, with a fake punt that was successful, a fake field goal that wasn't, turnovers pretty even, couple sacks. They run a wheel route to the tight end, number 83, Eric Hall, and he's going to get a first down, 1st and goal, Michigan inside the 5 with 12 minutes to play in this third quarter. And Brandon Smith, 12 on 12. Nice big hit at the end of the play, taking down Cade McNamara, but he was able to get rid of it just prior, and a first down completion. 1st and goal, Michigan from the 1. And it's going to be caught back of the end zone, touchdown. Wolverines, that 12-14 connection back to Roman Wilson, this time from a yard out. From before, it was 15 yards for 6. Another touchdown for the Wolverines, and Michigan extends it. It'll be 13-6 pending the extra point. So, all hail the king, hail to the victors for the time being. Michigan now leads at 14-6 with 11:50 to play in this third quarter. Penn State going to get it for the first time in the second half when we return. So, if they're going to look like that on defense the rest of the way this game's over, they're going to have to get a few stops. They're going to have to do something on offense first. So, got to get a running game going. Clifford, you can't take sacks, man. How many times I got to say it? Throw the damn ball away. Get it to Jahan Dotson, get it to Parker Washington, get it to Condre Lambert-Smith, get your damn tight ends. Go back to the basics as you did earlier in this game and had Two of the best drives you've had all season long, as of late at least. And then, okay, you work in the special teams aspect to it. You get a fake punt, but then you get too far ahead of yourselves after having to settle for 3 because you took a sack. On the next drive, you go for it on a fake field goal, and you don't get it. Since then, it's evened out, but Michigan with 2 passing touchdowns as well, since as well, so 14-6. 14-6. Michigan at Penn State with 11:50 to play in the third quarter. Gotta get a running game going. Keep it simple. Run the ball, run the clock. 1-score game, you're down a touchdown. 2-point play potentially as well will factor into it if you want to tie it up. I mean, I would say if you score here soon, you just kick it. You don't go for 2. Because then even at that point, that might come back and bite you. But run the ball. We're going to have touchback on the kick. Run the ball. 1st and 10 from 25. Clifford, hey, tuck and run if you have to. But get it to your playmakers and move the football downfield. Hand off Kevon Lee, 10. 15-yard run to the 40. 1st and 10, Penn State. Chip away at it. Get your chunk plays. Eventually you'll break one, believe me. 1st and 10, bubble screen complete to 86, Brenton Strange, and he's going to get 7 yards on the reception near side. 2nd and short. Tempo, hurry up. All right. Don't need to do this all the time, though. Another bubble screen complete to Dotson. He comes down with it. And then a tackle in the backfield anyway. He's going to lose the yard. 3rd down. 3rd and 4. Probably should have ran it. You're probably not going to run here on 3rd and 4, though. What was open all last week? As mentioned once again earlier. The middle of the field. Work the middle of the field. Go to your tight ends. They will run on 3rd and 4, and Kevon Lee's going to be right there at the 1st down marker. Should have enough 1st down. Penn State. They're going to move the sticks. That's a 1st down. They're going to actually bring Chain Gang out for measurement. Jesus Christ. That's a 1st down. 1st down, Penn State. From midfield. Fake the give. Clifford, get rid of it. You cannot take a goddamn sack. Jesus Christ. They can't block up front. They're having so much trouble blocking this Michigan front forward. But he cannot take a sack. He knows better. 2nd and 13. Empty set 5 wide. Run the football. Just mind-boggling. And Clifford throws it incomplete out of bounds. Empty set 5 wide, yet you fake to the running back that's not there in the backfield. What the hell are you doing? Jesus Christ. How hard is it to see? Obviously, you're turning to Sam Darnold and seeing fucking ghosts, for God's sakes. Jesus Christ. 3rd and 13. There must be something with that number 14. I don't know. Michigan leads by 8, 14-6 with 9:48 to play in this 3rd quarter. After another stoppage with the incompletion, 3rd down and 13, following the sack the play before. And he overthrows Keandre Lambert-Smith by an inch, and it's dropped incomplete. And they're going to have to punt. Jesus Christ. Just, God. You got to catch that. Where is the running game? I don't care if Noah Kane's not playing. He's sort of been put on the back burner as of late as well, Devin Ford and Isaiah Holmes. I mean, it's Kevon Lee and John Lovett. You got a 15-yard run to begin this drive, and you have to punt because of a few incompletions and a sack. Throw it the hell away. 5-yard return on the punt. Be 1st and 10 Michigan from the 15. As the Wolverines lead it 14-6 at Penn State. With both defenses playing extremely well, but Michigan's playing right now even better. 6 sacks on Sean Clifford. 6. Okay? That's way too many. Hell, 1's too many, let alone 6. Get rid of it. Throw the ball away. You cannot take sacks. Obviously, he hasn't learned not to take a sack. But credit to Michigan's defense. They're getting to him. They're covering well. Nowhere for him to go with the football. Got to get rid of it, though. And if you had a running game, you want to be passing all the time, and the defense will be on their heels. They want to be expecting to pass every play, stopping you that way. And then when you do want to run, stopping the run as well, because they know you're going to run because they're stopping you on the pass. Plain and simple. And then defensively, you know, I mean, hell, if they give up another big drive, whether it ends with a field goal or a touchdown, go back to what I said with 2 minutes to play in the first half. You know, Michigan potentially scores before halftime, scores on an opening drive, begin the second half, which they did, but they didn't score before the end of the half. You know, it'd be 21-3, 21-6. Penn State got a field goal. You know, 2-3 score game, you're in a hole, and good luck getting out of it then at that point. You know, you're just shooting yourselves in the foot, digging your own grave right now. It's just very frustrating. How the hell, once again, do you not have a running game? And just as we think they finally found a running game, no. We're going to go away from it, and we're not going to run the football now. It's like you got to build. Chip away at it. James Franklin, Mike Yurcich obviously have never played with Legos before. You need a foundation, okay? I don't care what the hell you're building. You need a foundation. And it starts up front. You have a block to run. No running game. Defense can't do it all for you. And they're down by 8. As we near the midway point of this third quarter, it very well could get a little bit worse. Not saying this game is going to turn into a blowout by any means, but they're going to have to make some stops on defense, plain and simple. Could get ugly before too long, but for the time being, they need a few stops. From the 14, officially 1st and 10 empty set. And Michigan on a shuffle pass to the tight end, that complete 283 Eric Hall. And then nowhere for him to go. Stuff to the line of scrimmage on a gang tackle. 2nd and 10, Michigan.
One of the most impressive things today on this Penn State defense is just how many guys they got leading to the population to the ball. It's one of the ways you can slow down
Second and 10, deep ball far side, incomplete on a back shoulder, nowhere to be found. 10 for number 6, Cornelius Johnson, with Some good coverage there by Penn State. Incomplete, 3rd down and 10. Trips top your screen. McNamara near side. A little underthrown, incomplete. Another good stop. Nice coverage by Joey Porter Jr., number 9, the son of the Steeler great himself, Joey Porter. 4th down and 10. 3 and out by Michigan. Starting the second half. Okay, with the touchdown to cap off how they closed the first half with a touchdown as well, but starting as they started the game with 2 3 and outs. 3 and out by Michigan right there. And the Wolverines on to punt. Jahan Dotson back deep to receive. Nice punt return would be nice right now. Whether it's for a touchdown or not, even better, but would like some good return yards. He's actually going to call for a fair catch of the 40, so nowhere to go. 1st and 10 from there for Penn State, down 8, 14-6, so 8:36 to play in this third. And we'll stick with it. Aflac trivia question, what do we got? Jahan Dotson's projected first-round pick. Who are the 3 Penn State wide receivers drafted in the first round of the NFL draft? Let me think. O.J. McDuffie's going to be one of them. Bobby Ingram's probably going to be another. And Bryant Johnson probably is the 3rd. Those are your 3, I'd say. Handoff, Kevon Lee, 1st down. Nice stiff arm. He's going to get a Penn State 1st down. Yeah, O.J. McDuffie, Bobby Ingram, and Bryant Johnson are the 3 for the Aflac trivia question, for the 3 Penn State wide receivers to be drafted in the 1st round. Or no, Kenny Jackson back in 84, O.J. McDuffie, and then Bryant Johnson. Okay, so 2 for 3. That's pretty damn good. 1st and 10. Clifford looking to throw, complete to Parker Washington. Inside Michigan territory, out of bounds to the 30, 1st and 10. With 8:14 to play in this third quarter, 1st and 10 for the blue and white. Knocking on the door. Let's keep it up. Let's go. Handoff. 2, maybe 3 yards if he's lucky for 24, Kevon Lee. Yeah, Penn State's had their fair share of damn good receivers through the years.
They would put him as that single receiver to the field, and it just forces the defense to numbers wise.
Of course, I have a few playing in the league right now. But in the meantime, 2nd and 8. Pass going to be in the ground, incomplete. Intended for Kevon Lee on the screen out of the backfield. 3rd down and 8.
Some uncharacteristic misses by Sean Clifford on some easy throws last drive, that shallow cross, and then that swing route to Lee.
Third down and 8. From the 28. Clifford out of the gun. We got a late whistle. And we're going to have a Michigan timeout. Michigan, make sure they're set. This will be 3rd down for Penn State. Penn State's had a lot of second-round wide receivers taken in the draft as I look at it now. 2nd and 3rd rounders. Yeah, hell, Allen Robinson, he was a 2nd-round pick along with Joe Jaravicius and Bobby Ingram. And, you go back to, Derek Williams, Deion Butler, and Jordan Norwood. Norwood at a point. Super Bowl 50 had the longest punt return in Super Bowl history. 3rd down and 8 from the 28 following the Michigan timeout. Hell, Chris Godwin, who's lighting up for the Bucs right now, was a 3rd-round pick. Complete to Theo Johnson for 3, maybe 4 yards. Will be 4th down, and Penn State's going to have to settle for 3. You kick it, take the points here. And then it'll go back to the field goal that you decided to run a fake on. If you have the 3 there, you kick it here, you're down 2, 14-12, with 7:11 to play in the 3rd quarter, even though Sheets is better. And now if you make this from 43 yards, you'd be down 5, and 14-9 was actually the final score of a Michigan-Penn State game back in 2007, in which Wolverines won. Kick from 43 yards out, gonna sail wide left. No good. Knuckleball doinked it off the right upright, and it's no good. 14-6 still, your final score, or your 3rd quarter score, excuse me. Hopefully it won't be your final score. Hopefully Penn State, of course, can come back and, of course, get back into it, potentially win this game. But, we'll see what happens. Take a look at Penn State wide receivers here as well. Hell, KJ Hamler and Deshaun Hamilton are both with Denver, out west in the Mile High City with the Broncos. They were mid-round picks in the 2nd and 4th round, respectively. Let's see who else Penn State's had drafted at the wide receiver position to the NFL draft. That, of course, I haven't named off to this point in time. Hell, Terry Smith was drafted. He's coaching for Penn State now. He's a secondaries coach. Penn State, for the most part, though. Hell, Greg Garrity, who caught the touchdown in the 82 National Championship game, January 183 against Georgia, he was drafted. Penn State's run the football, play good defense type of team. And, through the years in that regard, the last running back that was drafted for Penn State, of course, was number 26, Saquon Barkley, with Miles Sanders as well. But then even before them, it would have been Evan Royster and Larry Johnson. Tony Hunt got drafted. Hunt and Royster really didn't do anything in the league, though. Even before them, yeah, Curtis Enos, along with Kajana, who really didn't play in the league because he blew his knee out. And, technology with medicine wasn't as good back then as it is now. So if even in the mid-90s you tear an ACL, your career is basically done. See who else. Blair Thomas, who went to the Jets.
Extraordinary love stories. Jared, love brilliantly.
Cardi B hosts the American Music Awards live ABC November 21st.
But you go back deep in the record books. Seattle got Kurt Warner. Pittsburgh got Franco. Penn State's only Heisman Trophy winner, John Cappelletti, played for the then LA Rams. Lydell Mitchell played for the Baltimore Colts at the time. And then now we're really getting into the history books here. You gotta go back to Wally Triplett and the "We Are" chant. But Penn State as well, defensively, has had their fair share of NFL draft picks as well, along with how many they have this past year. But then also with the NFL draft, it's make or break your team in those mid rounds, but then also signing undrafted free agents. Hell, former Michigan quarterback in Tom Brady, who 22 years ago today, November the 13th, 1999, led Michigan on the road to a comeback win at Penn State, 31-27. Penn State, as mentioned earlier, just hoping for a different outcome here this afternoon. But no, Penn State this past year in the draft had 6 players drafted, along with a few signed. And you got to look into the Penn Staters in the NFL for who's played in the NFL, if you don't know, or who is currently on an active roster or even a practice squad. 1st and 10, Michigan incomplete, intended for Johnson. 2nd and 10, 4:50 to play in this third quarter. But I'll digress on that topic. Just running with the athletic trivia question, which was a good one here today. For when Penn State's been on an ESPN network channel, whether it be ESPN, ESPN2, ABC, 95% of the time I come close or hit the nail right on the head with the athletic trivia question. Not bragging by any means, but I do know my Penn State football history. So, got a flag on the play, false start, got a 5-yard penalty, back them up. The 2nd and 15 at the 44 for Michigan. Cade McNamara looking to throw, complete near side before Brandon Smith and Joey Porter bring down number 5, Mike Stanislaw. As it'll be 3rd down for Michigan. Trips top of your screen out of the gun from the 48, 3rd and 11. Penn State going to bring 3 on the pressure. Over the middle, it's caught by Johnson, but Brandon Smith and Curtis Jacobs on the stop at midfield. 4th down, and Michigan on to punt again. 3:53 and counting to play in the third quarter. Penn State down by 8, 14-6, with all 3 timeouts remaining. As they brought 3 on the pressure, just Lucada, Keziah Izzard, and Arnold Ebiketie. And they were able to get to McNamara. And then McNamara dumped it off. 4-yard completion, 4th down and 7 for the Winged Helmets. Michigan on to punt. They booming away. It'll be down in the end zone for a touchback. First and 10, Penn State from the 20. And momentarily, we will preview next week in college football. Take a look at the college football playoff rankings, along with the current Big Ten standings. But in the meantime, first and 10, Penn State from the 20. Florida has since come back to retake the lead. They have the ball, third quarter, about 3 minutes to play as well. Up 7, 49-42 over Samford. Baylor knocking on the door. Rutgers going to beat Indiana. Penn State going to have to hold Rutgers to less than 31 points that they have today at Indiana, leading by 28, 31-3. See if there's a better game on. Potentially switch that off as well. But probably end up keeping it on anyway. Continue to keep an eye on Rutgers for next week's matchup. But we started with 3 Big Ten games and a Big 12 matchup. Now we're down to 2 Big Ten, a Big 12, and an SEC. 2nd and 2 for Penn State. End around to Jahan Dotson. He gets out to the 34 for Penn State. First down as Baylor does in fact score. I've been telling you all season long, Oklahoma's time is coming. They now trail on the road by 9, pending an extra point, 16-7 at Baylor. They're undefeated at 8-0 in the top 10. When really OU should have about 5, 6, 7, 8 losses right now, to be honest with you. Extra point up and good. Baylor now on top, 17-7. So set the scene. Rutgers 31-3 over Indiana. Florida 49-42 over Samford. Baylor 17-7 over Oklahoma. Pass incomplete from Sean Clifford to John Lovett, almost picked off. They catch a break. Michigan leads at 14-6. Right here in Happy Valley, Beaver Stadium over the blue and white. 2nd and 10 with 2:34 to play in this third quarter. Clifford going to hand off. Kevon Lee, run the football, please. Yes, thank you. Keep running the football. Eventually you'll break one. A couple yards for Kevon Lee. It'll be 3rd down. Third down and 7 officially. With 2 minutes to play in the third. Ball at the 37. Dotson in motion. Clifford looking his way near side. Nice catch out past midfield by number 5, Jahan Dotson. First down, Penn State. Handoff Kevon Lee. Gets to the 38 on an 8-yard run. Be 2nd and short. Run the football.
That she has really been inspired by the season.
2nd and 3 officially from the 39. Clifford looking to throw again. Gonna step up. Goes down on their goddamn sack. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Throw it the hell away. You get a sack. You get a sack. You get a sack. My God. 3rd down and 7, under a minute to play in this third quarter. Penn State's going to have to score here soon. Get another stop on defense. And score again if they're going to want to win this game. With 15 minutes to play. Empty set, 5 wide. And a slant. Complete for 8. First down, Penn State. Complete to 86, Brenton Strange. But this is coming back for a 10-yard holding. They'll replay the down. Yeah. They'll end up not getting this third down now, having to punt, and having to make another stop on defense because of a holding on number 79, Caden Wallace. Jesus Christ. It was a good call as a whole, no doubt about it, but you can't have this happen to you, especially this late in the game when you got something good cooking up. Like, just shooting yourselves in the foot now. 3rd and 17. Michigan has 7 sacks. Penalties have been really non-existent. And they'll snap it with 3 seconds to play in the third. Complete on a screen. On 3rd and 17, you run a fucking screen. And Kevon Lee has nowhere to go, and now you're going to have a 4th and long. Stout will punt to begin the 4th quarter. And the defense, what did I say? You're going to have to get another stop. And they're going to have to score a few times now to get back in this game. And the missed field goal, along with the fake field goal, and that hold, bite him in the ass right now at the end of the 3rd quarter. Plain and simple. Kevon Lee starting to find a running game. You got to keep chipping away at it. You can't wait this late to start running the football. You have to start early. You have to be balanced and you have to be consistent at it. How hard is it? It's a rhetorical question, so you can answer it yourself. But, my God. 14-6 Michigan at the end of the 3rd quarter. Kevon Lee, he does now have 13 carries, 63 yards rushing. Okay? Haskins, 20 for $104 on the ground. 4 catches, 42 yards receiving for him as well. The difference is the 2 Michigan passing touchdowns from Cade McNamara, both the number 14 Roman Wilson. It's the not being able to convert on a fake punt that you did get a first down, but then the sacks. The sacks have killed them today. You can't settle for 3. Early, yeah, but since then, no. You have to score touchdowns. You have to get a turnover or 2 now on defense as well. Get some more stops and continue to build on offense. But it's not being able to score touchdowns. It's the missed field goal then as well. It's going forward on the fake field goal after a fake punt. 2 fake special teams plays. In one game, no. Hell, you're not even going to get that in probably 100 games at a max for a ratio. Like, just some, not stupid decisions, but looking back on it, it's like, once again, as I said then, what the hell? They have to continue to play better on defense if they're going to want to get back in this game, but then the offense has to do something. Like, it's literally right now that meme. Poking the stick. Do something. Let's go. Like, get your head out of your ass and play football. It's the 4th quarter. Wake the hell up. 14-6 at the end of 3. Michigan leads it over Penn State. McNamara is 17-24 for 167 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Clifford, 18-31 for 172 yards passing. Doesn't have any touchdowns or interceptions. They've had a few close strip sacks, but they recovered both. But he's been sacked 7 times. All starts up front and give it a block. Michigan and Penn State rushing. Hassan Haskins, 20 carries for 104 yards rushing. Kevon Lee, 13 for 63. And then, yeah, Clifford, he's going the wrong way now in the category rushing with the sacks. He's 13 carries for 10 yards. John Levitt, 4 for 17. We have not seen Noah Kane today. I don't know why, but no 21. It's been 24 and 10 in the backfield with 14 in at quarterback. Jahan Dotson has 6 catches for 38 yards receiving. Parker Washington has 4 catches, 92 yards receiving. Keandre Lambert-Smith, a catch, but no yards for him, nowhere to go. Penn State to begin the fourth and final quarter of play here today. Going to punt on 4th and 14. They get it away. And 2 defenders run into each other. And Penn State will down it at the 1. Number 14, A.J. Litton, the transfer from Florida State. Now see if the defense get a big stop. Student section to Michigan's ass. Maybe a safety. Maybe a turnover. Get the ball back. Score. Whole new ball game here in the 4th. Great punt by Jordan Stout. Special teams, what I said at the start. Special teams going to play key today. And here we are. 1st and 10, Michigan up 8 as we begin the 4th quarter, 14-6 from the 1-yard line. Penn State needs a huge stop right now on defense. Out of the gun, McNamara in the middle of the end zone, going to hand off to Haskins, who's going to be stuffed to the line, maybe a half yard or so if he's lucky. 2nd down. Of course, force them to punt if you can. Get the ball back with some good starting field position. Strike, score a touchdown. That point, yeah, you'd probably want to go for 2. And hopefully, to God, you can actually run a 2-point play this time around, unlike a few weeks back in the 9 overtime loss at home against Illinois. Few-yard run on a sneak up the middle by Cade McNamara. Be 3rd down for Penn State, or 3rd down, for Michigan, with Penn State on defense trying to hold and get the ball back. 3rd and 4 officially from the 7-yard line. Empty set, 5 wide. They're going to go to one of their 2 tight ends near side. No, slant over the middle. It's caught. 1st down, Michigan at the 11. Actually, no, they're going to say he was down at the 10. They're going to mark him a yard short. That's 4th down. That's a nice stop. Nice spot as well by the official. His knee's down at the 10, and he caught it right there, knee down. So he's down. That's a good spot by the official at the 10. He's short, 4th and 1, before he dove for the 1st down. And Michigan's going to punt. Watch for a fake. But Harbaugh wouldn't be that stupid to go for it here, run a fake punt. Back at your 10-yard line. Giving the game away then at that point, basically. Penn State probably going to bring the house. Michigan gets it up and away. And it'll bounce. Near midfield, it'll be Penn State football from the 47-yard line, 1st and 10. 12:46 to play. Penn State trails by 8, 14-6. Got some highlights. Saw this a few minutes ago with the Baylor touchdown. Baylor up 17-7 over Oklahoma. The Big 12 going to come down to the wire. Big 10 as well. Everybody still has to play one another these final few weeks. So we'll continue to preview next week. Take a look at the rankings and standings as well. So stay tuned. But 1st down and 10 for Penn State after a 3-and-out by Michigan from the 47. Handoff, Kevon Lee. Run the football. Do not turn it over. Run the ball. 7-yard run by Kevon Lee. Now has 14 carries for 70 yards rushing this afternoon. And the running game has come alive this second half for the most part. Penn State looking for their first 100-yard rushing game since Kevon Lee last year, the Saturday after Thanksgiving at Michigan. Full circle, about a year later. Here we are, 2nd and 3. Kevon Lee on another run. Stiff arm. Don't fumble it. Don't turn it over. He's going to lose a yard or so. So they spot it. Getting forward progress, I'd hope. 3rd down. Okay, 3rd and 1. So they did give him a few yards. 3rd and 1. 3rd and inches, more like it. Get up there and sneak it, for God's sakes. Handoff, Kevon Lee, 1st down, Penn State. All right, move 6, 1st down. Kevon Lee. Let's turn it. Pedal to the metal. Score a touchdown here, get back into it, go for 2, probably tie it up. Whole new ball game. Handoff to Lee again. And about a yard or so for him. Second down. Kevon Lee going to come out. John Lovett enter. Yeah. No idea where the hell Noah Kane's at, but it'd be nice if he was around right now. Find him on the sideline, camera. Find Noah Kane on the sideline for us. Don't take a sack, Clifford. He's going to roll out, and he runs out of bounds on a pickup of 4. Okay, be third down and medium, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, depending on the spot there. Keep chipping away at it. You're there. You're just not fully there yet. From the 40, or excuse me, the 35, 3rd and 4. Need 31 for another Penn State first down. They run a screen near side to John Lovett. You got to catch the football. Catch it before you run. Incomplete, 4th and 4 from the 35. You kick it here. Maybe they'll probably go for it, knowing them. 4th and 4 from the 35, so it'd be about another 52, 53-yard field goal from Jordan Stout. He's already good from that range earlier, but he just missed from 43 earlier. Penn State going to go for here, 4th and 4 from the 35. This potentially, who knows, could be the ball game. Especially if Michigan would drive and score a touchdown. You know, with Penn State 3 timeouts down 2 scores, game's probably over. Slant over the middle, caught Jahan Dotson, first down. Move the sticks. Needed 4, got 5, first down for the blue and white. Let's go. Get back to running the football now. Hand off Kevon Lee. Work the sticks. Run to pass, pass to run. Hand off Kevon Lee. Push the pile at the 26, 4 yards, second down. Run the football. From the 25, Clifford on a quarterback keeper. He's going to go down. Loss of a yard, 3rd down and 6 again. Jesus Christ, can't even take 30 seconds to a minute off the clock. Under 10 to play, 3rd down and 6. It is 14-6 Michigan. And just think, if they don't convert, have to kick a field goal here. Well, they missed a field goal, ran a fake earlier, so you add that all up. They have all that. They're leading this game with under 10 to play. Jesus Christ. Special teams, folks, rely on them. Hand off Kevon Lee on 3rd and 6. And he's going to get 4 yards, and they're going to settle for 3. They're going to kick a field goal. No, they're going to go for it again. Jesus Christ. 4th and 2 with 9 minutes to play. Empty set, 5 wide. What are you going to run? Michigan timeout maybe? Penn State timeout maybe? I'd probably kick it. Slant over the middle, caught Jahan Dotson down inside the 10 of the 6, 1st and goal, Penn State. Balls to the wall, knocking on the door. Got to score a touchdown. Plain and simple, got to score a touchdown. But just think, they have the fake field goal. There's 3 points there. The missed field goal, there's another 3 points. That 4th down there, you probably kick it and you go up 1, 15-14. Kevon Lee on a run up the middle. He's a little slow to get up. Be 2nd and goal. Clifford to Dotson on a few big 4th down conversions here late in the game. And now we got an injured line, and it is number 24, Kevon Lee. So it's going to be John Lovett in at tailback to close it out, it looks like. And then, well, you still have Devin Ford and Keziah Holmes, last I checked, on the roster. They have not played hardly at all this season. but they're reliable, especially Devin Ford. He sort of, this game last year, lost his job. And Kevon Lee took over. Noah Kane returned from injury this year. You get John Lovett to transfer in from Baylor. Run the football. Got an injured line. It is Kevon Lee, who currently has 20 carries for 89 yards rushing. So, we'll see what happens here, but Penn State has to score a touchdown right now. Have to. And then, yeah, you probably go for 2. And then if you don't get it, okay, you're down 2. And then if that holds, okay, we'll see what happens then. But then you go back to the field goals. The missed kick and the one you went for it. There's another 3 to 6 points. You know, that's still 15 to 14. If you score a touchdown here, don't get the 2. Or even 18 to 14. Like, it all adds up, folks. It's the simple little things. And some of them right now are coming back to bite Penn State. It might look good to do it early, but later on, if it doesn't equal out, well then, for the most part, you're probably going to come out on the losing end of things. So, that's why sometimes you just play it safe. But 2 big 4th down conversions on this drive. Drive still cooking. Drive still alive here. Be 2nd and goal from inside the 5. Kevon Lee, though, in the meantime, injured. So we'll see if he'll be good to go. He'll have to at least come out for a play. But it'll be John Lovett back in the ball game at running back. In the meantime, in college football, some updated scores. Alabama leads New Mexico State 56-3. Baylor 17-7 over Oklahoma. Got a good one cooking on ESPN, the SEC West, with Mississippi State leading Auburn 29-28. Wisconsin leads Northwestern 35-7. And then we'll update some more momentarily with some games about to go final. Some games about to kick off here at 3 o'clock. Clifford looking to throw on 2nd and goal, out of bounds, incomplete, intended for Dotson. But once again, there's more than just Jahan Dotson on this offense, folks. Surprised it took me this long to say that today, but there's more than Jahan Dotson on this offense. Why don't you go to your tight ends? Why don't you go to Theo Johnson? Why don't you go to Brenton Strange? Guess who's had a quiet second half? Number 3, Parker Washington. 3rd and goal from the 5. And here comes number 21, Noah Kane. What the hell took you so long? 8:14 to play in this 4th. Fake the give. Bubble screen complete to Dotson. Shuffle on a spin. He's going to be brought down with the 2, 4th and goal. You go for it again. 3rd time to charm on 4th down. You got to score a touchdown. But this is going to go back to missing the field goal and not kicking it on the fake. And the sacks that Clifford has taken, yet somehow, some way, they're still in this game. 4th and goal from the 2. Under centers Clifford. Roll out near side. Caught. Touchdown Penn State. Tyler Warren. Got to go for 2 now. Got to go for 2. So fight on State. The Lions are roaring back with 7:35 to play. 14-12, down 2. Going to have to go for 2 to tie this game up. Michigan with 2 timeouts, Penn State with 3 timeouts. And we got ourselves a ball game here midway through the 4th and final quarter of play. Got to go for 2 from the 3 now to tie it up at 14. Franklin want to go hurry up. little sigh of relief, but until they tie this up at 14, they're going to run empty set 5 wide with a trips and a bunch top of your screen. Clifford in the gun. Fade, near side, back shoulder cut. It's good. Jahan Dotson, we're tied at 14 with 7.5 to play with Michigan and Penn State, as Penn State has come back to tie it up. 14-14. Sean Clifford, the big red dog, as Kevon Lee has 20 carries for 88 yards rushing, is 22 of 37 for a $197. A touchdown to Tyler Warren and a 2-point conversion to number 5, Jahan Dotson, who was clutch on this drive on 2 4th-down conversions. Michigan get the football back. Clifford 22 of 37 for a $197 in the score. As many times as he's been sacked today, Penn State somehow still in this game. I have no idea how they are, but it's 14 apiece. Kevon Lee has mentioned 20 carries for 88 yards rushing. Hopefully he'll be good to go when and if they get the ball back on offense. They will. There's a whole hell of a lot of time. This game's nowhere near being over just yet. They have to get a stop on defense, though. And I feel like Jim Harbaugh, he's going to have a trick or two up his sleeve, but he knows right now that he's right on the outskirts of hell, as this Penn State defense, with a tie ball game now at home and the first ever Penn State helmet stripe out game right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium, the crowd is going to come alive. I would think right now is Living on a Prayer and Sweet Caroline back-to-back, with the latter right now having probably already played some Jovi, but he knows he's going to have Cade McNamara make some plays on offense, and they're going to have to continue to run the football with Hassan Haskins. But this Penn State defense is going to have to get a stop. And talk about turnovers, pretty even to this point. Penn State with a few strip sacks, but they were able to recover on the sacks. 7 or 8 of them now by Michigan on Clifford. I don't count the one fumble on a 4th down because it had been turnover rundowns anyway. Michigan didn't do anything to capitalize off it, so that's out of the window. Out of the question, thrown out of the window, I should say. But once more, thank you for tuning in and listening. But keep an eye out for some turnovers potentially on this next Michigan drive. Mark my words. Keep an eye out for some turnovers, as this game nowhere near being over. Penn State fighting back. Game's not over until it's over, folks. So the 000 is on the clock. And Dotson now 9 catches, 61 yards receiving. If they can get a stop, get the ball back, and run Kevon Lee. They brought Noah Kane in. I felt like he was a decoy on that play for the touchdown and then the 2-point. I would think, hopefully, should be able to run the football when they need to. And, potentially not necessarily run away with the game, but find a way to close it out. But we'll see how this final 7:35 plays out, with Penn State about to kick off. North to south, right to left for Michigan across your television screen, radio, and audio dial. And once more, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Michigan, hashtag Penn State. As we're going to have a fair catch signal for inside the 5. First and 10, Michigan from the 25. Oklahoma's going to lose at Baylor. Florida leads Samford by 4, 56-52 with 11 minutes to play. And Mississippi State Auburn in a close one on the Plains. We will update some scores, stats and scores, rankings, standings once this game goes final. Stay tuned. 1st and 10, Haskins on a give, tackle in the backfield by number 40, Jess Lucada, number 13, Ellis Brooks, and Michigan native number 4, true freshman, and Kalen King, who arguably in the secondary this afternoon is having a breakout game for himself. 2nd and 11, crowd on their feet. Let's go, boys. From the 24. McNamara looking to throw. Ebiketie gets to him. It's going to be deflected, incomplete at the line of scrimmage. 3rd down. 3rd down and 11. 6:52 to play. Michigan football. It was 54. Derek Tangelo with his left forearm, his left arm up in the air, batting it down, incomplete. Get a stop, get the ball back, run the football, close this sucker out. An empty set, 5 wide. Ebiketie takes down McNamara, fumble. Penn State looked to have it. Penn State does recover. Penn State's going to have it 1st and 10 at the 16, and what I say about a fucking turnover. Penn State football, they stop, they capitalize, and they're knocking on the door looking to close this game out. We are Penn State, a strip sack by Ebiketie, and Tangelo was the one to recover. All game had a quiet afternoon, and when the game's on the line, he comes up clutch. Let's go. Two transfers on the D-line late in this game, making the stop on a strip sack fumble and the recovery. Ebiketie, Tangelo, offense back out on the field. There's Kevon Lee, 24 to the left of Clifford. 1st and 10 lines from the 16. Run the ball, run the clock, score a touchdown. Parker Watson in motion near side. You're in the red zone, 1st and 10. Run the football. They're going to fake the toss. Clifford on a keeper up the middle. Gets to the 13-yard line, 2nd down. Penn State comes back and wins this. The season's still for the taking. Beat Rutgers next week, I would think. And then a big one in East Lansing in 2 weeks at Michigan State. But we still got 6 minutes and 16 seconds to play right now in a tie 14-14 game with Michigan and Penn State. So I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves either, like Penn State did earlier with going for it on special teams. Clifford in the end zone, incomplete, intended for Dawson. 3rd down and 7. Clock stops. Third down and 7 from the 13. Get 8 yards. That's all you need. Get 8 yards. Touchdown would be nice, but get 8 yards. Get the first down. Snap it, though. Play clock. They barely get it off. Michigan brings pressure, and it's going to be incomplete. Back of the end zone. 10 for number 6, Cam Sullivan-Brown. 4th down, and Penn State's going to have to settle for a field goal. Well, guess what? You have the missed kick. You have the one you decided to go for it. Or you're up 20-14 right now. If you still score like you just did, kick it now, you go up 2 scores at 23-14. With 6 minutes to play on the dot. You're in for, or you're in good company there. But in the meantime, we're going to be in for an exciting finish. Kicks up and good. Penn State takes the lead for the first time since they're up 3-0. It is 17-14 with triple nickel to play. 5-5-5. Penn State leads it 17-14. Let's fucking go. Get another stop on defense. At least they capitalized with some points off of the fumble and got a field goal. They settled for 3. Okay, I'll take it. They lead, though. That's all you need at this point in time in the game. A lead. You need to be ahead. It's not golf. It's not the lowest score that wins. It's whoever has the most points. Another stop on defense, though, when we come back. 17-14. Penn State leads it. They've sort of stopped Haskins a little bit this second half. McNamara with another touchdown. Cover Roman Wilson, how he has the 2 reception touchdowns from McNamara. One from 15 yards out, one from 1 yard out. But potentially a few other players on the Michigan offense that I'm looking at that he's going to be trying to at least get the football too. Penn State's going to have to continue to bring pressure though. Katie, Hansard, Tangelo, hell, Kozai Izzard, Tarburton, get after McNamara. It would be for him to go to the tight ends. He's going to Eric All 3 times for 17 yards today. Pretty balanced Michigan receiving wise. 3 catches here and there. 5 for Haskins out of the backfield for 45. I mean, Schoonmaker has a catch or 2 as well. So it would be, from Michigan, Cade McNamara to go to the tight ends. But then, Roman Wilson has the 2 tight ends. But the other Michigan receiver, number 6, Cornelius Johnson, has had a big afternoon. 3 catches, 51 yards receiving, leads the team. Penn State really hasn't been able to stop him. So we'll see what gives. Sure, hopefully something as always will, but defense needs another stop. Penn State has to get another stop on defense if they're going to want to win and close this game out. Even with a 3-point lead at 17-14, those 3 points might not cut it. And then we still might be even looking back to the missed field goal and the, kick that they decided to go for it on. Because, like as I said, if you have those, you're up 9 right now, 23-14. It's a 2-score game. Touchdown and a 2-point still won't even cut it for Michigan with under 6 minutes to play. But if they find a way to win and they hold on here, we're not going to be talking about that at all. Be a good team win, a big win at home against Michigan, against a top 10 Michigan team as well. And Penn State at 7-3, then hope come Tuesday night, I would think, would be ranked in college football playoff rankings. How they should be right now as it is. This is a top 25 AP poll showdown, but not in the college football playoff. Touchback on the kick. But then you look ahead to Rutgers then next week. One game at a time. One thing at a time, though, today right now. With 5:55 to play, Michigan football, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Penn State roaring back. Need another stop on defense. First and 10 from the 25. Haskins on the give up the middle. Breaks a tackle, gets to the 40. Powell still moving. 1 and 16 along with 4. Brisker, Brown, and King make the stop for Penn State. First and 10, Michigan out near midfield. From the 42. Handoff Haskins again. Ellis Brooks on the stop on a pickup of 4. 2nd down. And from the 46, Haskins on the give again. Hardy on the stop. Third down and short. 3rd and 2 under 5 to play. Penn State trying to win 2 in a row for the first time since late September, early October. 5-0 start, 3-game losing streak. They beat Maryland last week as Michigan beat Indiana as well. An 8-1, 6-3 top 25 matchup in the AP poll. Michigan 6th in the college football playoff rankings. Penn State unranked, even though they should be, but they're not. A win today would propel them into the top 25. Defeat Rutgers. Give Michigan State a run for their money. 5-0, 6-3. End on another 4-game, maybe 5-game winning streak if you win the bowl game. It's just that midway point that can you get over the hump? Can you make a few big plays when the game's on the line, as they need to here today? No gain on the play, 2nd down, Michigan. And finish the season on a high, maybe at 9-3, 10-3, another 10-win season. Who would have thought that when they were sitting at 5-3 2 weeks ago? 3:53 to play. 2nd and 10 for Michigan. Need another stop on defense. Turnover would be nice. Then you run the football, make Michigan call their timeouts, and you close this game out. McNamara looking to throw. Complete to 83, his tight end, Eric All. And he's going to get a first down the far sideline. And he's going to get into the end zone for a touchdown. What'd I say? What did I just fucking say? Touchdown, Wolverines, a 47-yard touchdown. You have to be kidding me. Did he step out? That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. That's going to be a little hard to overturn. Right foot knocks the pylon down. Ball's sort of in the end zone. That's a touchdown. Touchdown on the field. Of course, have to find undisputed evidence to overturn it. So now it's back to, okay, they give up another big play late in the 4th. Michigan kick a field goal here to go up 4. 21-17. Maybe they get a blocked extra point, keep it a 3-point game. Previous play going to be under further review. It should stand, I would think, for a touchdown. If they overturn it, okay. He'll be down 1st and goal at the 1. And then they'll probably still punch it in anyway. But think about it. Let us know if it's going to be confirmed, stand is called, or reversed. Tell us something good then at that point. But Jesus Christ, it's going to go back to the missed field goal and going for it on the fake field goal. Because even if Michigan scores here, you have all that, you're still leading. But now you're going to have to go back out on offense and move the ball downfield again and score. A touchdown, not a field goal, because they ain't going to cut it. If this touchdown stands, extra point up and good, 21-17, you're down 4. Field goal's only worth 3. But then the missed kick and the one that you went for it on, you have those, well, there's 3, maybe 6 points. You're down by a point, or you're leading. It's the little things that add up. Rolling on the field's a touchdown. This should stand. I mean, if they overturn, it'll be 1st and goal at the 1. It's not like it was incomplete or a fumble, and it's Penn State football by any means. But Kalen King with along with Jair Brown, game-saving touchdown. After review, play stands is called, touchdown Michigan. So with 3:29 to play, Wolverines score 20-17. In the meantime, Oklahoma finally loses. The Sooners lose at Baylor 24-14. I told you, been telling you all damn season long, Oklahoma is one of the most overrated teams in the country. Should have 5, 6, 7, 8 losses. Now they have 1. They'll lose at Baylor 24-14. Extra point up and good, 21-17 now Michigan with 3:29 to play. Penn State back out on offense. Run the football. Run Kevon Lee. Clifford, you can't take a sack, buddy. No sacks. Get it to Dotson. Hell, Condre Lambert-Smith has been held without a catch today. Get the ball to him. Go to Parker Washington. He's had a quiet second half. Go to your tight ends as well. Just don't take a sack and don't turn the football over. Run the football, open with play action. At the same time, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? You started the game on a high with catching defense off guard, running a fake punt or fake field goal. But now, game on the line, what do you do? So, we'll see what happens, but Oklahoma going to lose at Baylor. Lincoln Riley laying into the officials, saying, we're done. There's still 1 second on the clock. Baylor stormed the field. But Oklahoma's in the locker room. Game's over. Baylor's going to win 24-14. He's laying into the Zebras. And, yeah, that's how it feels to lose with Oklahoma right now. I've told you that all season long. Hell, shit, they should have lost to, dating back to when the season began, Tulane, Nebraska, West Virginia, Kansas State. They should have lost to Texas. Horn should have beat them. Okay, they should probably have 2 wins over Western Carolina and TCU. Hell, should have lost at Kansas. Okay, maybe 3 wins. Should have lost or beat Texas Tech as well. So 3-6, 3-7 after a loss today. They'll lose to Baylor. They host Iowa State next week, and then they go to Stillwater, take on Oklahoma State in 2 weeks. Now the officials meeting with Big 12 officials, it seems like, because Oklahoma has no players on the field. They're all in the locker room. The game's over. Baylor stormed the field. There's still 1 second on the clock, though. So I think they're trying to figure out what the hell to do, as Oklahoma's going to have to come back out on the field to snap the football just to go back into the locker room for Baylor to storm the field again, as part of the student section is, in fact, right now on the Baylor sideline. A crazy ending. Florida is going to end up winning over Stanford. They now lead 70-52. Jesus Christ, no defense played at all in that game. And then right now, Mississippi State still leads Auburn 36-28. Utah and Arizona underway in the Pac-12, 14 apiece, second quarter. Alabama and Wisconsin. Those 2 games are the only 2 that have since gone final from 12 noon here. Alabama 59-3 over New Mexico State, and Wisconsin beat Northwestern 35-7. That was at least in the top 25. Houston also defeated Temple 37-8. Louisville beat Syracuse 41-3. Maine over UMass. Kansas State beat West Virginia, and then in overtime 30-29 East Carolina beat Memphis. And then we'll update everything else once this game does in fact go final. So Oklahoma is going to bring 11 players out just to snap the football. And then they'll still end up losing anyway. A crazy finish with Oklahoma and Baylor, to say the least. Incomplete, deep ball down the far sideline. Then for number 6, Cam Sullivan-Brown, just out of his reach. Incomplete, second down and 10, as Penn State's going to need a touchdown now to come back and win this. So that last touchdown ain't going to cut it for the time being. 3:23 to play, second and 10 from the 25 for Penn State. An empty set 5 wide. Wonder how this post-game handshake will be with Lincoln Riley and Dave Aranda. Or it's actually 11 players on Oklahoma's defense for Baylor to snap it. And guess what Baylor is going to do with 3 seconds to play, up 10? They're going to run the score up a little bit, kick a field goal. make it a 27-14 win over the Sooners. 3rd and 2 for Penn State after an 8-yard gain. Clifford once again looking to throw a slant over the middle, complete, and then dropped. Incomplete to number 5, Jahan Dawson. 4th down. You still had 3 timeouts, under 3 to play, though, 2:56 officially. You know, probably go for it when you probably should punt, though. So Baylor once again storms the field for the 2nd time in the win. Defeat Oklahoma. Oklahoma finally loses. Both these teams missed a lot of field goals. But then Baylor kicks a field goal after all that to go up 27-14 to win it. Running up the score a little bit, if you will. Some bad blood with these two teams. 4th and 2. Kevon Lee going to motion back into the backfield. As Jahan Dawson not in the ballgame. Injured on that last play. 4th and 2. Clifford looking to throw. Going to run a fade. What the fuck are you doing? Back to Cam Sullivan-Brown. Incomplete. 2:51 to play. Michigan get the turnover on downs. Be 1st and 10. Wolverines up 4. 21-17. He wasn't even looking for the football. Go to Theo Johnson over the middle. If you would have had another second to throw, he would have been wide open near side on a crosser. And then you go deep. And where the hell's Parker Washington? He wasn't even in there. Now you're going to your 10th-string receiver. What the hell? Got to get another stop on defense. They rely on this goddamn defense way too much. And Michigan already in field goal range from the 33, 1st and 10. They kick a field goal. Okay, go up a touchdown. Penn State's going to need a touchdown to tie this game to force overtime then at that point. If they can force a missed kick, get a turnover of some sorts, something. Penn State with a timeout, stop the clock. They're first. Both teams will have 2 remaining with 2:45 to play. 2nd down for Michigan. But, man, come on. I could have told you Oklahoma was going to lose. I've been saying it all damn season long, and they finally do. Thank God. 27-14 your final. Mississippi State scores another touchdown. That game looks to be over with. Florida-Stanford looks to be over with as well. So we'll see this finish with Michigan and Penn State. We'll put some 3:30 kicks on. So we'll say thank you for tuning in and listening. But now on that pistol formation on 2nd and 6. Handoff Haskins. He stumbles, but he gains his footing and almost gets another Michigan 1st down. Be 3rd and short. Harbaugh wanted a 1st down. Penn State going to call a timeout. But no. 3rd and inches at best. He didn't get the 1st down, even though he reached for the 1st down. No. So 3rd down and 1. Third and 1 for Michigan out of the eye. And a sneak up the middle. Michigan's going to get it 1st down. And Penn State will probably call their 3rd and final timeout, 2:32 to play. And then Michigan really could probably just run the clock if they want to. And ball game. Clock's rolling. Penn State going to hold on to that 3rd and final timeout for the time being. First and 10, Michigan. They're going to work this clock. There's about a 5-second differential between the game clock and the play clock. Now, Michigan can take a few knees if they want to. Hand off to Haskins up the middle. Another first down is going to close it out. Penn State with a timeout. Penn State with their third and final timeout. 2 minutes on the dot to play. Second down, Michigan from the 19 is 21-17 Wolverines or the Lions, scoring a late 47-yard touchdown from Cade McNamara to Eric All. And Michigan really could work this clock under a minute before, if they have to settle for a field goal, okay, before they have to kick it. But if they get a first down, this game's over. Because Penn State can't stop it. And McNamara, actually a direct snap to Haskins, and he stays in bounds, gets a first down, and that should do it. Be first and goal, Michigan at the 7. With 1:53 and counting to play. They're going to slow it down. They're going to take a few kneel downs, and Michigan's going to win. I mean, they might run it in to just play it safe to have an 11-point lead to close it out for good. And Penn State's going to get beat by the running game once again. Can't run it. Can't stop it. McNamara going to take a knee, and that'll do it, yeah. He'll have to snap it 2 more times on second and third goal. And Michigan's going to beat Penn State 21-17. And the Nittany Lions are going to fall to 6-4. And James Franklin's seat going to get a little hotter. They won't fire him. He's going to have to leave on his own. USC, LSU, both open. And Penn State, as I've said before, if Franklin leaves, if he stays, he stays. But if he leaves, as there's a 2-second differential between the game clock and the play clock, Michigan, one final kneel down, and this will do it. Wolverines going to beat the Nittany Lions 21-17 here this afternoon. And Jim Harbaugh wins at Penn State for the first time since 2015. Michigan will go to College Park to take on Maryland. Penn State will host Rutgers for Senior Day. Post-game handshake here with Jim Harbaugh as Michigan gets to 9-1. Their college football playoff hopes still alive. Post-game handshake with Harbaugh and James Franklin. As Harbaugh should get interviewed, I would think, with Mullen McGrath. And as mentioned, if Penn State will be searching for a new head football coach, call it Matt Rule. Call up Luke Fickell. Call up Matt Campbell. Bill O'Brien, Joe Moorhead as well. Penn State had it, but then Michigan made a big play late, and the defense gave up another big play late. And Penn State loses by 4, 21-17. They lost by 3 at Iowa. They lose by 2 against Illinois. They lose by 9 against Ohio State. 4 today. All 4 losses, less than 10 points. And that stands true with Michigan and Penn State here once again today. As for the 3rd consecutive year, this matchup, the margin of victory has been less than 10 points. It was a 7-point win for Penn State 2 years ago, a 10-point win for the Nittany Lions last year as well, winning in Ann Arbor for the first time since 2009. Michigan wins at Penn State for the first time in 6 years. As the Michigan Wolverines will defeat Penn State 21-17, your final score here this afternoon. Michigan's going to be rooting for Maryland. But Michigan's already ahead of Michigan State, even with a loss head-to-head a couple weeks ago in the College Football Playoff rankings. Michigan plays at Maryland next week, but then the game, and arguably what could be a top 5 showdown in 2 weeks' time, with Ohio State at Michigan. Ohio State hosting Purdue coming up here shortly, following Michigan Penn State on ABC. Georgia, Tennessee, kickoff on CBS as well. Michigan State, Maryland on Fox. We've got Miami, Florida State on ESPN. So we'll turn some other games on here momentarily. But and also, of course, as always, wrap up here with some final stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football. And, see what the future holds. Penn State was hoping to play kamikaze to Michigan's college football playoff hopes, but the Wolverines struck late and ended up winning by 4. And what I say, McNamara to his tight end and number 83, Eric Gall, and that was the game winner. You don't believe me, go back and listen to it. But hey, you listened all the way to the end, so thanks for that. You can watch more next week, along with tomorrow as well in the NFL. But another tough loss by Penn State, no doubt about it. Now 6-4 after a 5-0 start. Lost 3 in a row, 5-3, 6-3. Now they're 6-4. Season's not over by any means. They should be able to beat Rutgers next week. Now Rutgers beat Indiana. I believe the final score is 31-3, if I'm not mistaken. Look into that though. That'll be Senior Day next Saturday. Rutgers, Penn State for noon kick on the Big Ten Network. So I'll have live watch along reactions live here on YouTube then. So hopefully you'll tune in and listen. At worst, it's you lose out and it's 6-6. But at best, it's 8-4. But they'll probably finish in the middle at 7-5 by beating Rutgers, and then I would think, losing at Michigan State. I don't know though. But that's why you have to allow the games to be played. The game's not decided on paper. It's decided on the field. And today, on the gridiron, Michigan, as Penn State came back and took the lead late, Michigan came back and won it when the game was on the line. The Wolverines win by 4, 21-17. Very tough loss by Penn State, but you have to go back at least late. They found a running game. Kevon Lee ended up finishing for 20 carries, 80 yards rushing. I mean, as a team, 42 for $109. That's average for Penn State. Coming in today, averaging 106 yards rushing compared to the 277 passing. Clifford played all right. He took way too many sacks. So, this sort of worked out late, but then the defense gave a big play. Clifford on the ground finished 16 carries, 16 yards rushing. 23 or 43 in the air for 205 yards passing as well, and a touchdown. That to Tyler Warren to take the lead. They go for 2, get it tied at 14. But special teams with settling for field goals. Okay, the fake punt worked out, but you still settle for 3. You can't settle. And then also the missed opportunity with the fake field goal that you probably should have kicked it, because you have the missed field goal on top of that with the fake field goal that you ran. That's 6 points, and you lose by 4. Turnovers were 1 apiece, so those evened out. Penn State did capitalize with a field goal. You can't settle, though, for kicks in the end. You have to score touchdowns, and it cost them. When, on top of that, like I said, the 2 other kicks, the one they missed and the one they decided to go for it on, came back and bit the lines in the ass today. It really did. That's 6 points, and you lose by 4. Believe me, it all adds up, folks. It's the simple little things. But I can guarantee you right now, after they break in the locker room, James Franklin's going to go to the podium. sit down, give his post-game press conference interview, and say, it starts with me. Well, yeah, no shit, because you're the head coach. Coach could have played, or coach better, and the players could have played better. Coaches could have played well, Penn State could have used them as well. So, very tough. Once again, it sucks losing. I mean, at least it's not 5 in a row. Sitting at 5-5 with news to break probably tomorrow. Then at that point, that James Franklin's leaving or Penn State just fired his ass. We'll see what the future holds. Just another tough loss. When you lose, you say little. When you win, you say less. Just a tough loss. So I'll try to keep it, short and sweet here. We're going to see what else is about to kick off, see what else is going final in the meantime. Turn some other games on. Mississippi State, Auburn on ESPN, 43-34. That game doesn't want to end yet. Utah leads Arizona at the half by the same final score this game finished with, 21-17. Weather really didn't play a factor. I mean, it rained and snowed a little this morning right here in Happy Valley. It was coming down a little bit in the first half, but, it cleared up. As mentioned, the sun came out around halftime there. But Penn State still, the running game, it's got to be more consistent. You can't wait until late to, finally decide to start running the football consistently well. I don't know where Noah Kane was until the end of the game. Then he came in for a decoy when Lee went down with an injury. John Lovett was non-existent in the second half. Clifford took way too many goddamn sacks again. Got to throw it away. Dawson on that last touchdown drive to take the lead, but then they give up a big play late on another big touchdown. Sort of the same play Iowa ran to take the lead at 23-20 a month ago to their tight end as well to score the game-winning touchdown, basically, to start the 3-game losing streak. Then you losing 9 overtimes with a bye week in between, and then lose at Ohio State, and then you lose to Michigan. And everybody wants to talk about, Jim Harbaugh not being able to win the big game at Michigan in his tenure, not being able to beat Penn State, who he's now 4-3 against. Franklin's 3-5 against the Wolverines all time, along with Harbaugh losing to in-state rival Michigan State and the Ohio State Buckeyes as well, that team up north, as OHIO calls them, with the game in 2 weeks. James Franklin against those three schools as well, Michigan, Michigan State, and Ohio State. Okay, in 16, he beat Ohio State. When else has he beat Ohio State? The answer is he hasn't. 0. The answer for Michigan, okay, 17, 19, and 20. But then Michigan State, they won in 16. They lose after that damn 3-hour weather delay in East Lansing in 17 against the Spartans. 18, they lost to him again. '19, I believe they went up there and won, if I'm not mistaken. They did. But then last year, almost lost to him, found a way to win. Go back to 2 weeks before Christmas, Penn State in a home game against the Spartans. And, okay, so he's beat Ohio State once, he's beat Michigan State twice, and he's beat Michigan 3 times. Right? Yeah. Done that. That's right. Yeah. Okay. But he would beat Wisconsin. He's beaten Iowa a few times. I mean, for the most part, it's split. He's a Big Ten champion head coach in 2016, but that was 5 years ago. Okay? Now, Bill O'Brien was only here for 2 years, in 12 and 13. But I'm going to go back even further when Joe Paterno was at the helm, as it's been 10 years since 409, and a week later, the firing, effective immediately, as they said. You know, Paterno took over in the late 60s. Hell, he didn't win a national championship until about year 15 to 20 in 82 and 86. It takes time. We jump to conclusion nowadays. It's a process. It takes time to build. Whether or not James Franklin is still the right man for the job is yet to be seen. Okay? Even in bowl games. Okay, they beat Boston College. They lose to Georgia. Lose to USC. They've been to a few New Year's Six with the Rose, Fiesta, and Cotton, winning the last two. Lost to Kentucky in the Citrus Bowl. Declined a bowl bid last year when everybody was eligible. Could have finished at 500 at 5-5, but when you lose, well, then you lose and you finish below 500 as you entered the game anyway. But I still don't count that as a losing season. Penn State hasn't had a losing season. Sanctions aside, history aside in general, since 2004. But I'll digress on that situation for the time being. But if he stays, he stays. We live with him, at least for another year. But then if this keeps up, well, then you're going to have to come to the conclusion of, well, he's looking to get fired. He's looking to get paid. When he's still looking to get paid on a buyout to go elsewhere. In which, as I've said, if Penn State is going to be searching for a new head coach, hopefully it's not by you firing James Franklin. It's him leaving on his own. Whoever he goes to, whether that's right now USC, LSU, hell, maybe even the NFL. I don't know who the hell would want him. Depending on what else opens up in college football as well. We'll see. Trickle-down effect, domino effect in the coaching carousel. About to heat up here. I mean, I really wouldn't be shocked if they fired him, but at the same time, I would. But, you know, Penn State football is a blue blood. You start 5-0. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And you can't win this or that. You know, it's time to quit being mediocre. It's time to get over the hump, and it's time to move forward. But it takes time, though, too, which I understand that, as I just mentioned. But I would hope that wherever he would go, they would use that money then to go out and, of course, hire whoever the hell they're going to hire. And as mentioned, I said this a year ago, this very weekend for the first time. You can go check it out. And this person's name, his name has come up the past few weeks. And it is Penn State alum, former linebacker, the current head coach with Carolina Panthers in the National Football League, and Matt Roll, a State College native as well, who played under Paterno in the mid-90s. If he can win at Temple and he can win at Baylor, he can definitely win at Penn State. So I don't want to hear no bullshit about that. It would be, as mentioned earlier, along with the past few weeks as well, but Matt Roll would be at the top of my list. Be Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, Bill O'Brien, and Joe Moorhead to potentially take over the blue and white if James Franklin would leave. Now, Moorhead's former assistant under Franklin, 16 and 17, but they went to the Rose Bowl, won a Big Ten championship, and also went to another New Year's Six festival, defeating Washington from the Valley of the Sun. Before he got the Mississippi State gig, running out of town after 2 years, Mike Leach takes over for him. This Mississippi State Auburn camp's still on right now in the SEC West. Bulldogs trying to close it out over the Tigers. Hell, Auburn with a loss. They'd also fall to 6-4. Of course, both teams played week 3. But, you know, I feel like the Nation would welcome Bill O'Brien back in a heartbeat to take over the program once again for what he did in 2012 and 2013. But that's, of course, yet to be seen. In the meantime, Minnesota, Iowa underway. Georgia, Tennessee also underway. Purdue, Ohio State. Buckeyes, I believe, just scored, if I'm not mistaken, up 7-0 at home against the Boilermakers, or the Spoil Makers, if you will, with their 2 big wins against the top 5 at Iowa and at Michigan State last week, or at home in West Lafayette, or Osage Stadium against the Spartans, I should say, and now at Ohio State today. Yeah, Buckeyes 7-0. They've already defeated the number 2 team. They've already defeated the number 3 team. They're at the number 4 team. Wouldn't that be a feat? If Purdue can beat Ohio State on the road here this afternoon. So, you know, in the Big Ten, I mean, it's in the East at least, with Wisconsin's win in the West over Northwestern, they're sitting pretty at 7-3. Minnesota, Iowa right now, winner going to be right behind. But Wisconsin beat Iowa a few weeks back. Wisconsin, Minnesota got to play in a few weeks. Minnesota's at Ohio State right now, so Mississippi State with a 25-point comeback, the largest in school history, defeating Auburn on the Plains. So that game now officially over, as Mike Leach gets the best of Brian Harsin and the Auburn Tigers. Wonder what he'll end up saying post-game, as they're looking for kickers. If you're eligible to play a sport in the NCAA, Mike Leach wants you to try to walk on and kick field goals, but they didn't need them today. Mississippi State with a win. You know, so I said last week, I feel Wisconsin's in the driver's seat in the West, but there's still, you know, a few games to be played, of course. Not side on paper, side on the field. We'll see how it plays out. But then in the East, it's going to come down to Ohio State plays Michigan State next week, and then Ohio State plays Michigan in 2 weeks. Those 2 games in the Big Ten, basically. We still got a preview next week here in a second as well. Hell, I might save that once again for tomorrow during the NFL action. So be sure to tune back in. If we get to it today, we get to it. If we don't, we don't. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, though. I might forget about it here in a few seconds. You know, no, but who knows whether it's going to be Ohio State, Michigan, Michigan State out of the East in the Big Ten title game. Penn State's not going to be in Indy, though, come December the 4th. They'll be getting ready for a bowl invite the next day, I would think, as the College Football Playoff rankings will be released for the final time that December the 5th, the Sunday after the conference games. And who makes the College Football Playoff? Only time will tell. Not a whole lot changed, really, from last week. But we will take a look at these rankings here real quick. Georgia, of course, still 1. Alabama 2. Dogs at Tennessee today in the SEC East. Alabama beat New Mexico State. Florida came back and beat Samford. Oregon's 3. Ohio State's 4. Cincinnati up a spot at 5. They should be a little higher, but they're not, unfortunately. Michigan and Michigan State 6 and 7. Oklahoma's going to drop because they just lost. Finally, they lost. We mentioned earlier they should have a few losses this year, but now 9-1, losing at Baylor. Notre Dame plays later on night at Virginia. They're 9. Oklahoma State at 10. A&M 11. Wake Forest 12. Baylor's 13. Baylor's going to jump, I would think. BYU 14. Mississippi State, Mississippi State was ranked in the top 15 last week. They have since dropped. They might sneak back in. They're at the bottom end of it, you know, with a win at Auburn, who was ranked 17th. But you know, still a lot of football to be played. And we'll see, of course, with the College Football Playoff rankings, how everything unfolds from now until the end of the year. But no, Oklahoma State's 10, A&M's 11, Wake Forest 12, Baylor 13, BYU 14, Ole Miss 15, NC State 16, Auburn 17. They'll drop out, I would think. Wisconsin's going to move up. They're at 18. Purdue's 19. Iowa's 20. Pitt 21. San Diego State 22. University of Texas San Antonio, 23. 24 and 25 are Utah and Arkansas, respectively. But now with Ohio State tied with Purdue at 7 apiece as the Boilermakers come back and tie it up, we will have on for 3:30 until the nightcap Purdue, Ohio State, along with Georgia, Tennessee, also tied at 7. So a few 7 apiece tie ball games in the first quarter. Purdue, Ohio State, 7 apiece. Georgia, Tennessee from Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, 7 apiece as well. We'll also have on Miami and Florida State, along with Minnesota and Iowa here at 3:30. Iowa State, Texas Tech, also underway. Maryland, Michigan State about to kick off. And everything else, for the most part, is later on tonight. So, get these games on here. And as Penn State loses another. We are Penn State, though, no doubt about it. Loss sucks. It really does. 6-4 now on the year. Honestly, I mean, they're going to be looking at a late December, January 1 bowl game. Whether that's in Florida or not, we'll see. They're bowl eligible, though, after the win last week. They're 6-4. So they're going to a bowl game. They're going to get an extra game. They're going to get bowl practice for experience in December. After, last year's crazy 2020 season, of course. What the hell is Tennessee wearing? All black uniforms. Black and orange. They, look like the orange is the new black football team, to be honest with you, on Rocky Top right now. But I'll digress there. Yeah, so Minnesota, Iowa, Miami, Florida State, Georgia, Tennessee, and Purdue, Ohio State. Those are the 3:30 games I'm going to be watching. So, of course, if you want to get a hold of me on social media, links in the description below. As always, like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe right here on YouTube. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Special teams was key today. No doubt about it. Michigan found a way to win late, though, and that's all that matters to them. A win's a win in the end. That's all anybody ever remembers. Make a habit out of losing, though, for your last 5 over the past month. Now at 6-4, when, like I said earlier, all 4 losses have been decided by 10 points or less. Then, it comes down to, back to the running game, not having one. Sean Clifford can't do it all by himself. Took away too many damn sacks once again today. But then, the defense, as good as they've played, once again, busting their ass, playing their hearts out. Another big play late that they gave up. They did it at Iowa, it was a touchdown. We get to overtime with Illinois, losing 9 overtimes there. Lose by 9 at Ohio State. That fumble, scoop, and score touchdown was the difference there, along with a field goal or two, like I said. Then as well, today, it was another big play late. It was the sacks, but, they found a way to get back in it late. Took the lead 17-14 after tying it up at 14 with a 2-point conversion. Running game once again came alive in the second half, but they can't wait to start running the football. It has to be from the start, balance and consistency. But then it was back to special teams playing key in this Big Ten battle between Michigan and Penn State, as I said at the start. The decision to, okay, run the fake punt. Okay, you get a first down out of it. You got to settle for 3 because Clifford took a sack. That could have been a touchdown. The next drive, you get down to the 5-yard line, inside the 5, and you decide to run a fake field goal then, and you don't get it on 4th down, and it's turnover. That was actually only Penn State's turnover of the afternoon, so they did hold on to the football. Clifford took way too many sacks, though. I mean, they did have 2 strip sacks. They were able to recover, though. I mean, those could have been a whole hell of a lot worse. The fumble on the strip sack by Ebiketie and Tangelo and McNamara was key. They capitalized off that with a
One of the most productive tacklers.
field goal, but just think, if they scored a touchdown then and then Michigan scored again, we're tied at 21 right now, in overtime probably. But you decide to, of course, kick the field goal, or you don't, you go for it. That came back and bit you in the ass. That's 3 points right there. You lose by 4. And then there's also a missed field goal. Even though Stout was 3 for 4 in the afternoon, he missed a field goal. They missed at least 1 kick in every game this year. I don't know how the hell that's possible, but it's a stat. It's been possible because it's happened. So there's nothing else to be said about that. I mean, there is, but there isn't. It's just frustrating. Losing sucks. But you have that kick that you missed. Well, then you lose by 4. That's 6 points. Do the math, folks. You win by 2 if everything else goes the way it did. It's the simple little things, the small little things that always adds up. And it came back and bit Penn State in the ass today. It did. Game was on ABC. There's a TV show, I do believe, A Million Little Things. Well, you add up all their mistakes. Penn State had Michigan right where they wanted them. And as Dennis Green famously said, let them off the hook. Penn State arguably should have won this game once again. Should have. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But they don't. Michigan does. Wolverines win it 31. Or not 31-27. 21-17. So a 10-point difference by both teams. 10 less. 22 years to the day. The last time Michigan won at Penn State on this very day. With Tom Brady at the helm. They've since, of course, won at Penn State since then. But they won at Penn State today for the first time since 2015. That was I believe, 28-15 win for the Wolverines in Harbaugh's first year. Franklin's second year. Time flies, it's 2021. And a win's a win. I don't care if it's by a point, 4 points, 50. Back and forth with Purdue and Ohio State. Buckeyes score again. So, script Ohio, 13-7, pending the extra point. But Michigan wins by 4, 21-17. 21-17 is your final score. Just very frustrating once again. I mean, Beaver Stadium in the next last home game of the year for the first ever helmet stripe out, they showed out, as always. That wasn't unexpected. But the team, that team from up north, Ohio State references, in Michigan, come right here to Happy Valley this afternoon and defeat Penn State. They'll be at Maryland next week, as mentioned. And Penn State will host Rutgers for Senior Day before the Nittany Lions travel to East Lansing the Saturday after Thanksgiving to play at Michigan State. So, yeah. Michigan going to be celebrating, no doubt about it. Michigan going to be celebrating. Hell, Penn State might be celebrating if James Franklin leaves. I don't know. We'll see. But, Michigan now 7-6 all-time at Penn State, leading the series 15-10 overall. Snap a 2-game Penn State winning streak against them. Snap a 1-game Penn State winning streak on the season as well. Penn State falls to 6-4. Michigan now 9-1. Their Culture Ball playoff hopes still alive for the time being. I'm sure Jim Harbaugh is happy. Former Stanford 49er head man, but yeah, Penn State today shot themselves in the foot too many times. It really came down to early in the game that came back and bit them with the special teams, with going for it on a fake field goal, not getting it, and the missed kick. If everything else, of course, plays out the way it did, okay. But, a few of those other field goals by Stout, those arguably could have been touchdowns as well. You can't settle for field goals. You got to score points. You got to score touchdowns. And Franklin in his 8th year, hell, the past 4 or 5 years has been a new offense coordinator every year. Penn State playing damn good on defense. If Franklin stays, I don't know who's going to be the fall man. Whether it be Mike Yurcich or Brent Pry. Might be the latter this time around. I don't know. Especially in the 4 losses. No offense to the Altoona native, but, the 4 losses, margin of victory less than 10 points as well. It's been a big play late for a touchdown or to set up a touchdown or a game-winning score in general that ended up losing Penn State the game. But the offense can't still... they did better today, no doubt about it, but they can't still move the football. It's pathetic. It's fucking November. Just don't have a running game. They do, but they don't. But they're not consistent with it. Clifford can't do it all by himself. You got to run to pass to run. Penn State had trouble up front blocking. Michigan had how many sacks on Clifford? And, it sort of got better in the second half, but early on, I believe they finished with about 10 sacks on Sean Clifford. So, unacceptable in that regard. Can't have that happen. So the offensive line coach and Trotwine might get canned in his second year. Of course, you never want to see anybody lose their job by any means, but it's just how football works. It's business. We'll see what the future holds on who's coaching and who's playing. It's one thing at a time, but just very frustrating, no doubt about it. Run to open up the play action. They really didn't go deep a whole lot. They did, but they didn't. Parker Washington played well, but then he fell off again in the second half. It's like they quit going to him. And they quit going to tight ends in the second half as well. It's like, what the hell? It's like, run with what you're running with. Do what you think is working. And run it until they stop it. But then don't beat a dead horse when they start stopping it. And keep running the same damn shit when you're not going to get anywhere. And defensively, I mean, it was a quiet afternoon for the secondary. I mean, Cade McNamara had 3 passing touchdowns. Completely lit him up for the most part. And then Haskins on the ground had 5 catches, 45 yards out of the backfield, along with 31 carries for $156 on the ground. McNamara was 19-29 for 217 yards passing, but 3 touchdowns. He doesn't play. He doesn't throw those 3 passing touchdowns. Michigan gets shut out. 3 passing touchdowns from Cade McNamara, 2 to Roman Wilson, 1 to Eric All for the game winner. And Michigan wins it by 4, 21-17. Ongoing right now, Ohio State leads Purdue 14-7. Georgia, Tennessee at 7 apiece. Florida State leads the U 7-0, and Minnesota and Iowa tied at 3 from Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City for Floyd of Rosedale. But Penn State can't run the ball. They can't stop the run. You know, McNamara with 3 touchdowns. I don't believe I said Tariq Castro Field's name all afternoon. Joey Porter Jr. got beat. Played decently after that, though, for a score. You know, Brisker and Brown were making tackles, but they did get the turnover late, but it was up front on a strip sack, and then they capitalized with a field goal. But you can't settle for 3. You have to score touchdowns. You have to score touchdowns. And in the end, whether they scored touchdowns or kicked field goals, they missed a field goal, and they decided to run a fake field goal as well. And that didn't work. But if you have both of those, that's 6 points. You lose by 4 again. Everything else goes the way it did. You win the game by 2, 23-21. But Penn State loses in the meantime as Michigan wins it. Hail to the victors, the champions of the West. In this Big Ten East battle, the Wolverines of Michigan with Jim Harbaugh defeat the will soon to be unranked in all the polls 6-4 James Franklin led Penn State Lions during the helmet stripe out the last home game of the 2021 season by a final score of 21-17. So that'll do it for myself, your host, the Encyclopedia Sports, Colehan Luke 96, as Ohio State scores once again, now up 20-7. Trayvon Henderson with 2 rushing touchdowns, that from 57 yards out. The other was from inside of 20. So about to turn into a blowout, it looks like, from the shoe. A few other close games on there now, plus a few other good games to kick off later on tonight. Before we do, in fact, end, let's preview next week before I forget. Final stats and scores, though, here first. Cade McNamara was 19-29 for 217 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. Sean Clifford was 23 of 43 for 205 yards passing and a touchdown. Hassan Haskins, 31 carries for 156 yards rushing. Also had 5 catches, 45 yards out of the backfield. So about 200 all-purpose yards for number 25. Penn State rushing, Kevon Lee led the way, 20 carries, 88 yards rushing. Penn State still has not had a 100-yard rusher since they beat Michigan after Thanksgiving last year. Absolutely pathetic. John Lovett, 4 carries, 17 yards rushing, as he was nowhere to be found in the second half. Noah came in, Noah Kane, that is, as a decoy when Lee went down, but they ended up throwing on that play anyway and scored a touchdown, and the 2-point play tied at 14. Field goal to take a 17-14 lead, and then they give up a late touchdown to lose it by 4, 21-17. Clifford was 16 of 16 on the ground. And then receiving, Eric All with the game winner. 4 catches, 64 yards receiving on the score. Cornelius Johnson, 3 for 51 receiving. Haskins, as mentioned, 5 for 45 out of the backfield. Roman Wilson was 3 catches, 31 yards receiving, and 2 scores. Andrell Anthony, 1 for 13. And then Penn State. Parker Washington had 4 catches, 92 yards. Jahan Dotson, 9 of 61. Theo Johnson, 4 for 28. Curtis Jacobs on the fake punt, 1 catch, 18 yards from Jordan Stout, who was 1 for 1 for 18. And then from there on down, a few screens, but of course nowhere to go. And now look at the schedule for next week with Michigan at Maryland and Penn State hosting Rutgers. It'll officially be week 12. I know we do have, in fact, some more action mid-week next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively, as Toledo will be at Ohio. Western Michigan will be at Eastern Michigan, and Bowling Green at Miami, Ohio. That's Tuesday, November the 16th, 2021. And then next Wednesday, Northern Illinois at Buffalo, Central Michigan at Ball State. ACC action next Thursday again, Louisville at Duke. Next Friday, Southern Miss at Louisiana Tech, Memphis at Houston, Arizona at Washington State, Air Force at Nevada, San Diego State at UNLV. Keep in mind, we will, as in the meantime, we wave to the Iowa Children's Hospital at the end of the first quarter as well. Hopefully they won't be booing any injured players on the field today by any means, but I'll digress. As always, we will recap what happened in college football today, tomorrow during the NFL, so be sure to tune in for some more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube with NFL, Lions, Steelers, and then we'll go from there if it turns into a double or a triple header with the Seahawks and Packers, with Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers both back, along with Sunday Night Football, Chiefs, Raiders from Vegas. Next week, though, also in college football next Saturday, Arkansas at Alabama, Oregon at Utah, SMU at Cincy, Iowa State at Oklahoma, Oklahoma State at Texas Tech, Syracuse, NC State, Purdue, Northwestern from Wrigley Field in Chi-Town, Illinois, Iowa, Virginia plays at Pitt, basically for first place in their respective division. As the ACC, it should still come down, I would think, to Pitt and Wake Forest in the ACC championship game. And then the winner to potentially receive an at-large bid as a conference champion in the college football playoff for the New Year's 6 games. As the semis for the top 4 for the national championship game will be the Cotton and Orange Bowl on New Year's Eve. Of course, the Rose will be the Big Ten and the Pac-12 champions squaring off. They also have the Fiesta, Sugar, and Peach with the Cotton and Orange as the semis in the national championship game as well. But Big Ten-wise, as mentioned a little bit ago, I would think, Purdue beat Iowa and Michigan State, yeah. They trailed, though, 21-7 at Ohio State, though, right now. Ohio State win today. Next week, Michigan State. Then they go to Michigan. The game in 2 weeks. Potential top 5 showdown winner to Indy. Loser with their second loss. Probably done for. And that's, of course, to make the college football playoff. Now, if the Big Ten makes the playoff, the second best team will go to the Rose Bowl. if nobody out of the conference goes to the playoff, well, whoever won the conference will go out to Pasadena in the Granddaddy Mall on New Year's Day. But I would think, hell, yeah, as I show the highlight here, Purdue's beat Ohio State before. Everybody's beat everybody before, you know? Like, nothing's really a upset anymore, even though they still are. No games are gimmies anymore, but at the same time, I would think still, yeah, it's going to be either Ohio State or Michigan and Wisconsin. Along with, yeah, you have Iowa, Minnesota, Purdue as well, out of the West. Who the hell knows? I'll have coverage next 2 weeks. Hell, I might even do the Big Ten championship game. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'll have live watch long reactions, as always, live right here on YouTube. College football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. So I'll say thanks once more for tuning in and listening this afternoon. Penn State loses by 4, 21-17 at home against Michigan, but congrats to the Wolverines. They found a way to win late and held the victors. So, meantime, we are, as we always are, we are Penn State. Win, lose, draw. We are Penn State. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. But now also next week, or we'll leave off, Virginia, Pitt, Virginia Tech, Miami, Minnesota at Indiana, Cal, Stanford, Washington, Colorado, UCLA, USC in the Battle of LA. New Mexico plays at Boise State. And then the SEC tune-up schedule continues. Charleston Southern at Georgia. Michigan State at Ohio State. That'll be the 12 noon kick on ABC next week. There's a few games that I mentioned off just a little bit ago. Still kick time to be determined. Penn State, Rutgers. From right here in Happy Valley, next Saturday for Senior Day, a noon kick on the Big Ten Network. So live watch long actions, live here on YouTube. Then, also next week, Prairie View A&M at Texas A&M, Wake Forest, Clemson, New Mexico State, Kentucky, Tennessee State, Mississippi State, Florida Atlantic, Western Kentucky, Florida State, Boston College, Wofford, North Carolina, Rutgers, Penn State, UMass, Army, Texas, West Virginia. So if I'd have to guess, yeah, of course, Rutgers, Penn State, Michigan State, Ohio State, probably with Wake Forest, Clemson, and Texas, West Virginia will be the 4 games I have on next week. Of course, pending any of these games with kick time still to be determined, kicking off next week. See if the schedule continues to hold for next week and where those games could be placed. They'll be later on in the afternoon, I would say, 3:30 or later. But we'll see. But yeah, it'll be next week. Rutgers, Penn State, Michigan State, Ohio State, Wake Forest, Clemson, with Texas, West Virginia as well, I would think, for the 4 games I'd have on next noon Saturday. Also next week, South Florida, Tulane, Kent State, Akron, Texas State, Coastal Carolina, Arkansas State, Georgia State, Georgia Tech, Notre Dame, Michigan, Maryland, Nebraska, Wisconsin for Camp Randall, UAB, UTSA, Marshall, Charlotte, Old Dominion, Middle Tennessee State, East Carolina Navy, App State, Troy, BYU, Georgia Southern, Florida, Mizzou, Rice and UTEP, UConn and Central Florida, Louisiana Lafayette, Liberty, Kansas, TCU, Temple goes to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Baylor at Kansas State, Auburn, South Carolina, North Texas, Florida International, Vandy, Ole Miss, South Alabama, Tennessee, Wyoming, Utah State, Louisiana Monroe, LSU, Arizona State, Oregon State, Colorado State, Hawaii. 7:30 ABC next week as the 3:30 kick on CBS will be Arkansas, Alabama, I would think. Oregon at Utah will be the 7:30 game from Salt Lake City, I would think, as well. I know Fox Big Noon kick's going to Norman for Iowa State, Oklahoma. They've already announced that. I mean, game day could go to the shoe for Michigan State, Ohio State. They'll probably want to wait, though, now for Ohio State, Michigan from Ann Arbor in 2 weeks' time. Hell, they could do both games, to be honest with you. With Oklahoma losing earlier at Baylor, their trip to Stillwater not going to be. I mean, it'll still be important, but not as important. They're not going to be going to the Iron Bowl because Auburn's 6-4 up against Alabama. We'll see what the future holds. That'll be rivalry weekend, as it always is, the Saturday after Thanksgiving. We'll have games all week that week as well, including on Thanksgiving in college football and the NFL, Black Friday, and then in 2 weeks' time, following Rutgers, Penn State next week, Penn State at Michigan State 2 weeks from now. So that's your schedule for next week. And we'll get more into it then. But today, as mentioned, before Michigan heads to Maryland next week and Penn State hosts Rutgers, the Wolverines of Michigan, now 9-1. They keep their college football playoff hopes alive. Probably eating some one-bite pizza in victory. Hail to the victors. Michigan hands Penn State their 4th loss in 5 games. Lions now 6-4. Penn State Rutgers. Michigan Maryland next week. I'll have live watch-along reactions of Rutgers Penn State live right here on YouTube a week from now, so be sure to tune in. But as always, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening this afternoon. And of course, hope to. Could have, would have, should have, though, been a different outcome, but it wasn't. And the Michigan Wolverines, once again, defeat the Penn State Lions by a final score of 21-17. Run the ball, open play action, play good defense, and rely on your special teams, folks. Special teams was key, as I thought it would be. And in the end, it's what cost Penn State. Missed field goal and deciding to run a fake field goal. One drive after running a fake punt that you were successful on. And what made them think they were going to be 2 for 2, but they were 1 for 2. And in the end, it came back and bit them in the ass. And those 6 points that they could have potentially had, well, they don't have them. And Penn State loses by 4. And the Michigan Wolverines once again win by a final score. Your final score: Michigan 21, Penn State 17. This November, Central Pennsylvania, Saturday afternoon in the Big Ten, with Michigan advancing now to 9-1, defeating Penn State, who dropped 6-4, in a 21-17 victory. Hail to the victors. Champions of the West, they're the champions in this game today. They will head to Maryland next week before hosting Ohio State in 2 weeks' time with their college football playoff hopes. Both teams at that point in time, college football playoff hopes, still on the lineup for grabs. Penn State will host Rutgers before traveling to Michigan State in 2 weeks to close out the regular season before bowl season rolls around. A little over a month from now, as the holidays, as always, are right around the corner as well. With Thanksgiving less than 2 weeks away, Christmas a month from then, but today, in the end, Michigan wins it 21-17 over Penn State. The Wolverines defeat the Nittany Lions. Even though Penn State roared back, it's tied at 14 with a touchdown and a 2-point, taking a 3-point field goal lead as well, but then also giving up a late touchdown. Game's not over until it's over. Credit to Michigan. They found a way to win late, no doubt about it. Special teams came back to hurt Penn State. Still got to find a running game, but I'll digress on that topic for the time being. I've said enough today and all season long, but still got 2 more regular season games plus the bowl game, so 3 total. Plus, as mentioned, potentially a live watch-along reaction stream of the Big Ten Championship game. And then the Penn State Bowl game for sure, no doubt about it. The 2 college football playoff semis and the national championship game, and then college football season's over with. Actually, now less than 2 months from now, on January the 10th, 2022, from Lucas Oil Stadium, the home of the Big Ten championship game once again this year in Indianapolis, Indiana. Penn State won't be going to Indy. They're now 6-4 with a 4-point loss. Their 4 losses, all less than 10 points. But Michigan with the win. They keep their college football playoff hopes alive with Michigan, Michigan State, and Ohio State. And we'll see what the future holds for Penn State and all of college football. But once again, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, and hopefully tune in tomorrow for some NFL live watch-along reactions live right here on the YouTube channel, and next week as well, once again in college football, as the regular season dwindles down with the Rutgers Scarlet Knights and the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Today, though, Penn State loses for the 4th time in 5 games. Michigan, hail to the victors. They pick up the victory right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. Your final score, Michigan 21, Penn State 17.